Okay.
Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Last we left off, our party of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, had found their way to Garnet Keep, at the base of the mountains, the Obsidian Peak, being the destination when things maybe clear up a little bit more weather-wise. But with things kind of coming to a similar head to what they had experienced in Combe, the party began investigating, began purchasing necessary components for things as they've grown significantly. Possibly even more significantly in the last few months of knowing each other than prior to that. And so, having purchased what they need to purchase, having investigated what they were going to investigate, they reconvene at the Tumbled Wench. The evening is drawing near. The sun is about to set in maybe an hour or two as everyone comes back to their rooms with the items they've purchased, the info they've gathered, or the different things that they might be thinking. So, Lucky Sevens, back at your room, nearing the end of the evening. What do you plan to do?
I am going to prepare to end up heading out to stalk the mausoleum for a bit and see if I can end up catching whoever is going towards the mausoleum to create further undead.
Now, have you informed the rest of the group about this?
I would assume so, since
Yes, I believe it was a
time escaped.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure that it was touched on at the very end of last session for
Okay.
everyone.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, Arya is going to join in on this, though Arya is definitely not going to be stealthy about it so much so as she's more interested in, I guess, sort of investigating it on a more regular basis. I'm not sure what everyone else's goal is, if they want to, like, be sneaky and stake it. What's the idea? Are we being sneaky?
Yes.
Sneaky it is. Very well. And I guess on that note, then I will take advantage of the situation and dress myself in fine robery, as if I myself was merely a mourner come to grief.
Donning the sort of darker clothing out of your wardrobe.
Correct.
Obviously,
so,
still wearing the heavy furs and things that go with your winter clothing. Yes.
I just don't. In the event that we get caught, I still want a little leeway to be a bit inconspicuous. Just a bit.
Look like you're there on purpose, with a purpose. Okay. What about the rest of the Lucky Sevens?
I mean, I look like a pretty regular, so I could say the word pilgrimage.
And maybe people won't give it too much of a second
Not too
glance.
much thought. Yeah.
Lagon is dressed as he always is. But yes, he does plan to be sneaky.
Yeah.
All right.
Vanya plans on being a little bit sneaky.
Okay. Which your usual garments are plenty. It's just a little cold, and some snow has piled up a little bit in the nights prior. But yeah. Does that mean that everyone's going? Is Kinwin going?
Yep.
All right. Then, after speaking about what she found at the cemetery and mausoleum of the city, about the different things that have been explained, that she determined, everyone, as the sun is beginning to set, heads for this cemetery and mausoleum. Primarily, the mausoleum is the most, or more accurately, it's more like a crypt that is primarily used when breaking ground for burying the dead in graves. It's hard to do over the winter. The ground frozen, the snow a hard task to move in some cases. There's plenty of people who would charge a fee to have these things resolved, but well, one can't rely on that consistently, and not for a mausoleum, mosque, or not mosque, crypt, and burial grounds that don't bring in money, per se. And so, it's towards the outskirts of the city that you find this burial grounds. Kind of still within the city walls, but the walls around the place give it a bit of a wide berth, leaving room for trees and other such things to grow naturally while sparsely, are still close to be able to provide shade for those who may want to sit under a tree from time to time. Headstones around the whole place of those who have already been buried into the ground, and a keeper's house sort of at the edge where the crypt kind of buried, like kind of the crypt tunnel starts in the side of the mountain face, and kind of serves as a bit of an entry point, because there is a fence that that kind of guards the entrance to the crypt. So that's what you're seeing as far as the environment. The ground is somewhat muddy, but also a bit solid as the night started to set in, as the temperatures of the air starting to cool again as the sun is setting. And so, with it getting colder, the ground is likely to freeze with the wet snow and mud that's been created. Not very much in the way of trees surround the headstones that are already placed in the ground. But you do see that there are sort of trails, if a bit muddy, that kind of make for the primary walkways of this cemetery, leading up to the keeper's house and ultimately to the crypt behind it. So, what do you do?
I think the most important thing for me to do right now is to just vanish into the shadows and
Vanish into the shadows and what?
yes, watch.
And watch.
Just to be clear, I haven't had enough time for a short rest between all this, have I?
You have. A short rest has been had. And so anything that recovers on a short rest you can get back.
Alright. Well, if that is the case, then I will end up using one of my slots to end up turning into a small spider to end up being closer to the mausoleums to keep an eye on what's going on.
Okay. Alira's form shifts from that of the elfish woman to the eight-legged arachnid, probably a bit bigger than the usual fare. in this particular area, but still looks common enough.
Lagan will cast Aid on Kinwin, Alira, and Arya.
Okay.
So 5 to your current and hit point max for the next 8 hours.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. What is Kinwin doing?
He's getting ready to enter. You know, nothing special.
Sorry, you said you were getting ready to enter, or...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You were looking to just walk right in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Vanya?
Vanya is just kind of looking around it, thinking back to their first stakeout in the cemetery in Combe Bay.
Mm.
And she's gonna look at Kidman and go, "Don't run into a headstone this time."
I even try.
And then she's going to... Is there a tree close to the crypt?
Not to the crypt itself, not really. It's kind of in more of the cemetery proper,
Okay.
where it's not that close. It's kind of several hundred feet away.
Okay. She's gonna find a spot close to the crypt that they've been seen or witnessed bringing the undead out of, and try to hide among the gravestones as best she can.
Okay. Then I would like the whole of you to roll a stealth check.
Aye, aye.
Pass without trading.
Oh, good. Thank God, because I rolled a 2, my friend.
Jesus.
28.
Whew. Kinwin got a 3 plus pass without a trace.
That's a whole
Passing without a
6
trace would
without
make that a
passing.
13.
Joking,
Man,
you
we're
did-
just fucking tumbling in here.
Just to be clear, pass without trace is plus 10, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then that makes 32.
Ooh.
Damn.
Big change from the previous session.
Previous session, she was rolling nat ones back to back.
Oof.
Yeah, 4 times on advantage, like 2 rolls at advantage. Each
Oh.
one of them was a natural
Double
one.
that one.
Double nat ones twice on
Floppy when
advantage.
we stepped in
Oh.
demanded I roll a third time just to change the number.
No, yeah, I fickle got him.
Jesus Christ!
I gave him a fickle god.
And it rolled an 8. Which is 8 times better than what I was getting.
Yeah.
If it were at disadvantage, it would be 31, but it's 20.
Okay.
38.
Makes sense. Monk.
19.
Wow, that's low for Vanya.
Yeah, I have to roll disadvantage, otherwise it'd be a 21.
I rolled a natural 20 and a 17 for my first roll.
Jesus.
Mojo dice if we got him, guys.
Well, he didn't get the natural 20 because he has
No.
to roll
No,
disadvantage.
I'm
No,
at
but-
disadvantage.
You got
for
one.
But
stealth.
it's still the fact that it came up in the roll.
It still came up in the roll. that's kind of funny, but yeah, you all, except for maybe Kinwin. Kinwin does look like he's a little awkward about even going towards the entrance of the crypt. Maybe it's that he looks a little out of place. Maybe it looks like he's
I've got a bad feeling about this.
He's just kind of strolling right up to the entrance, the little fence gate that stands right in front of the crypt. to provide a little bit of an entryway. It squeaks just a little bit, but not much to really maybe catch anyone's attention who might be paying attention, question mark? At least not right away. And so, Kinwin, you open the gate, it squeaks a little, you close it behind you, and you stand at the entrance of the crypt, which is kind of just this open, sort of squarish hole in the side of the rock. You kind of walk forward. It's the same sort of stone that you're used to when it comes to this area. A lot of light-colored stone, kind of mixed with maybe some of the dark obsidian sort of color that you're used to from the volcano. And so it's kind of an interesting effect. Are you just walking in from there, or are you parking at the entrance? What are you doing?
Well,
Kinwin's walked in. The rest of you are sticking out.
Oh, Kinwin's just already walked in?
Yep.
If he's just strolling in, then yeah, Arya's gonna be right behind him, like, oh shit, oh fuck. This man's gonna need backup, hold on.
Okay, so Arya's with Kinwin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The rest of you are kind of waiting outside kind of amongst the headstones, or amongst, the different elements. Alira, you said that you were approaching the entrance as a spider, correct? Alira?
Well, I figure that I'm here. Might as well go in with the rest of them then, because...
No, you had already intended to do so, didn't you? Like, you were going to hang out by the entrance as a spider?
I was going to end up staking it out, but apparently we're walking right in. I'm like, all right.
Well, Kinwin is. Arya is. You don't have to. But that is up to you.
Because,
you at least have the freedom to climb on the walls at this point as a spider. So you have
to the ceiling myself, but no, it's just because I don't want to end up losing the one person I can clearly communicate with without requiring some degree of spellcraft.
That's completely fair. Cars will probably follow, although silently, like in someone's shadow, and no one's gonna know that he's there.
Yeah, he's being sneaky boy. Being a very lean dragonborn kind of makes that a little easier to do. Not like your bulky cousins.
Imagine if one of them could do it. Something that big should not move that fast.
Yes, indeed. So, we've got Lagon and Vanya kind of waiting in the wings at the moment, seeing what happens as the other four are making their way in, kind of one after the other. Kinwin first, Arya next, with Alira kind of right behind them as a spider, and Kaz being the last to go in. Those of you who have entered into the crypt, it is dark as you go kind of deep into a hallway into the rock face before chambers start to open up for the laying of bodies. You see You see that this particular crypt is rather full, that every sort of crevice carved out does house someone who's died. And it's kind of gives you maybe similar feelings, Kinwin, to Kombe, in that it's similar but different. The people lying here are well dressed. They're kind of dressed for the cold in a way. They're then wrapped in cloth to help in preserving them, and most of which are the recently departed. They're not very decayed. They're months old at the oldest when it comes to when they died. But you do come to a point where there are some of these sort of outcroppings that are empty, where once a body should have laid, but is no longer there. You see evidence of this from scraps of clothing, from left behind sort of trinkets and treasures that eventually would have been buried with the individual. You see plates with names that look like they can be removed and replaced. Nameplates are still where they are. It's like the individual got up and left. And that is what you are currently seeing. In some, but not all, of these little outcroppings.
Well, that's a little disconcerting. Why do I never have detect magic prepared? That's what I want to ask. I think what I'm going to do, and kind of like in response to seeing this, is I'm gonna see if I can just sort of get like a sense of ooh, you know what? I want to check for ritual stuff.
Like
if there's any remains
sort of
of like, yeah, like there's spare chalk on the ground, shows like maybe like a magic circle was drawn, or like a couple like ritual tools, incense, etc., things like that. Like obviously there's going to be stuff associated with the clerical duties that would occur here, but necromancy is a little bit different.
Jars of brackish water.
If anything is kind of left behind, okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna call that an Arcana check.
Oh boy, that's totally my best roll. Actually, I have proficiency in it. Cool. Don't suck. Okay. How's 19, Captain? Total.
Okay. You actually do see some things.
Oh.
For one, this crypt seems to have a bit more dirt in it than usual. Like someone's tracked in the mud. I mean, your feet are muddy too. It makes sense.
But it's implied that if someone was actually here to mourn, they'd be a little more respectful, considering there's literally just a dustpan and mop over there. Especially the clerics around here, priests and such. I can assume, generally speaking, they keep places like this of a degree of order. You know,
One would think
a little bit on
if the
cleaner
gravekeeper
side.
was keeping up with his duties.
Well, that's a good question. Have we even spoken to the gravekeeper?
Nope.
I'm gonna follow the mud tracks.
Well, it's not like there's mud tracks aside from your own.
Hmm.
But
What we just
there's
happened to see
bits
it.
of dirt just around. Bits of broken stone, black stone.
Broken black stone.
Like
Interesting.
grave dirt.
I'm gonna point it out. Lagon. You are our informant when it comes to such things as
You're muted,
worship
Mojo.
and
Not
religion.
with you.
Oh, yeah.
Lagon's not with me? Yeah, you're right.
Nope, Lagan and Vanya stayed outside.
Damn,
I
okay.
stayed outside fighting, not just wandering in.
So that means I have Kinwin and I have Alira
You have Kinwin,
And
Alira, and
Kaz.
Kaz.
and Kaz. I'm gonna point it out to Kinwin and Alira because druids are the next closest thing to clerics.
And you can't see Cars. You don't even know that he's in there with you.
It's mystery.
Yep, he's invisible, basically.
You two, do you see this here, this tracking? I look up, Alira's definitely still a spider. Is that right? Are you a spider right now?
Yes, Alira's a spider right now.
Alira's a spider. I'm talking to a giant spider.
There are some giveaways that she's Alira, but not to anyone else besides you guys.
She got mushrooms. She's a little mushroomy. And got some webbing all across her.
Don't make
The dirt-
fun of my mushroom-shaped thorax.
I was gonna say, the dirt here is black stone. I'm not sure about the rest of you, but that's... If someone was just walking around here, wouldn't it generally be snow or water or just normal dirt, but not black stone? It's a bit unusual. I mean, the missing bodies are definitely unusual, but bear with me. What do you make of it? Kinwin, you're the only mouthpiece right now, please.
Normally what?
The only mouthpiece.
Oh,
The
yes.
only mouthpiece is
Arya was asking you a question directly.
Yeah, because Alira can't talk right now due to the fact that she's a spider.
Oh, my bad. I missed the question.
She's asking if the dirt, like, she's asking you if it's a little unusual that, like, there's just straight up, like, black stone, black pebbles that have been broken off around here is like
they're basically
unusual.
shards. Like they're even smaller than pebbles. Really, it's like black,
Yeah.
like shards of black stone.
Like, what do you make of that? Because to her, it makes sense.
At least
Makes
there's
sense.
probably not any gelatinous cubes in here.
Gelatinous cubes. I'm not even sure I've seen one of those before.
Yeah, they tend to, clean the dungeons as they move through it. So a dirty dungeon is generally a sign that they're not there.
Well, I don't think that the gravekeeper is necessarily going to need that when there's like a broom and dustpan just over there by the entrance. No matter. Maybe we need to actually speak to him. Then. Is there... We're still at the entrance of the catacombs, so to speak.
You're kind of into the first
Also-
chamber, of like resting spaces, because the resting spaces kind of line like the interior walls and kind of have these almost like bookshelf-like columns in the middle of the chamber, and there is another kind of archway that kind of looks like it leads into another hallway, which may lead to another chamber.
Fascinating. Okay. Well, then I'm not done yet. So I gotta continue into the
It's very dimly lit
Dead-
in here too, by the way.
dead chambers. No problemo, Captain. I'm gonna use one of my cantrips. I also have dark vision because ASMR, but I'm gonna use light.
Okay. Light up the place. Okay.
Just like holding a glowing orb in my hand, and it's probably like for funsies, I'm gonna say it's the pack of like grubs that Alira gave me that I still have for some reason. I just hold it in my hand and like fondle it, and I'm like ding.
Serves as a light source as of right now. Yep. Which does actually kind of light up the fact that these sort of shards of black stone that you see do kind of glisten. They're not the sort of matte texture that you find like with cobblestone, for instance. They're shiny.
Obsidian, maybe? Can I pick one up?
You pick one up. It's probably no more than a couple millimeters long. It definitely has a reflective surface. Do you have any experience with jewels?
No.
It's shiny.
It is shiny.
So your inner crow instinct might find it, valuable for that reason, but otherwise it kind of just looks like a black, shiny rock shard. Rocks don't typically crumble into shards, though.
True. The thing is that I can identify like precious stones, diamonds, pearls, emeralds, rubies, that kind of thing.
If
because
you
that's
know how to. Yep.
It's fancy stuff.
It is
Generally
fancy.
speaking, those stones are pretty identifiable. This, I don't think I would.
No, actually, go ahead and make me. You actually, that would be relevant experience. So go ahead and roll me a.
I only know that stuff because
because of your former
dragons are into that.
Yeah. And there's, from what you can tell, there's very little of this stuff. But what little stuff that you do find, that is important. So make me. Because you have the relevant experience, that's going to be... I'm going to call that a investigation check.
Investigation.
Yeah.
I would like to aid with that, actually.
Ah! Where do you come from?
And the reason I can do that is because not only do I have jeweler's tools proficiency, but as a rune carver, if this is what I'm thinking it is, I've probably dealt with this material directly before. It's probably one of the few things that I can make rune scribing nibs out of. That will scratch anything.
You just appear out of nowhere from the darkness, and you're like, "I got this."
You can grant advantage, cause.
I will grant advantage. He hasn't popped out yet. So.
Okay.
Can he grant advantage when he hasn't even interacted with me?
I'm watching.
Well,
I'm in the room
so
directly with you.
Yeah, he's watching. So
Okay.
he is
All right.
observing the thing that you're
All
investigating.
right. First roll is the 16 plus 0.
Okay.
Second roll is... I'll take the 16 because the second was a 1.
You would find that this is onyx, a semi-precious stone. Shiny when polished, but otherwise kind of an inexpensive thing to make jewelry out of.
Very interesting. What is Onyx doing here? Is it part of a burial practice, or...?
You know that semi-precious stones are often used in spellcasting. And precious stones even more so.
I'm gonna hold on to the Onyx. And just, like, collect a couple of the shards off the ground.
Yeah, it's not enough to make anything out of, but it's
No.
a couple of little shards.
It's more like curious. Because if anyone does have detect magic, and they were used in some sort of ritual crafting, it might be possible it has residue magic on it.
Maybe.
So she's gonna hold on to it.
Okay.
Put them away in a separate pouch. Tie the knot. Continue down the catacombs. I'm curious to know what else is out here. Kinwin, if you could stick close. I'm not with any certainty that we are alone in here as a group.
Of course.
All right.
Just as a question, Arya's quite short, isn't she?
She's like...
Fuck, I don't even remember how short she is. I wrote it down somewhere.
Like she was average height, like 5'6"
No, she's
relatively short and compared to Carl's. Okay.
5'5".
5'5".
5'5". Okay, no, I am checking that because there
Oh my god, someone's smaller than me. Shorter than me.
Yeah, she's the shortest one in the group right now, I think.
Hey!
How tall are you?
At this current moment, less than half an inch.
Oh god.
She's the spider
That's
on
great.
the wall right now. Normally, I think she is about the same height as Arya, though. Right?
5'5", 5'6".
God, my D4 just bit me. Fuck. Why do I want to always want the sharp edge dice when I know this is gonna happen?
Your dice are gonna bite you.
Because Goblin Brain goes, ooh, pointy.
You got me.
I feel that. I feel that on a very personal level. I feel attacked.
I'll have you know. I tried really hard to play a goblin in this game. I begged
The only
coffee.
reason why I don't use these. These are pointy too. The only reason why I don't use them is because I can't.
Pointy thing. But getting back to it, you continue down the hallway, all of you, and down into the second chamber. Second chamber is very similar to the first in layout and kind of in the same evidence that you find. A lot less of the mud that would be tracked in by visitors is present. So you do see a lot more of the sort of dusting of dirt and a couple more shards, a couple of more of these empty alcoves. You see sort of almost like a weird, like tiny bits, like a weird tiny bit of gunk on the floor, but nothing to give you specifically an idea of what this could be used for.
Bits of gunk on the floor?
Bits of gunk on the floor, like something dried up.
The first fucking thing I think of is when Kinwin mentioned a slime. I'm like, oh!
It is kind of like this sort of blackish sort of gunk. It looks like it's kind of dried up in the crevices of the floor.
Kinwin!
It's basically like a cracked stone floor.
Oh, Kinwin, I think this is what you were talking about. Right there. I mean, it just looks like dried oil. But that... I don't know what a slime looks like. You'll have to forgive me.
I don't know that Kinwin has actually seen something like this. He's maybe read about some kind of monstrosity, like a giant gelatin cube. But actually seen one?
I thought they'd be one of the well-known monsters.
Well, you haven't seen one yet. On your adventures with the Lucky Sevens, so maybe they're not as common as you think. But yeah, you see some of this on the ground, and from the size and the sort of adornments that you see on the corpses that are remaining, these are primarily those of Goliath descent. The very tall sort of figure, much like you know Lagon to be, the sort of what bits of what little bit of skin that you do see is very gray, very stone-like.
Having a very Skyrim-esque dungeon crawl right now.
I mean, if that helps you think, helps you visualize it better, sure.
It does perfectly.
Yeah, so about that sort of feel where you see little bits of stuff. Like you see a couple of things that might be of some kind of monetary value if you wanted to take them. But
certainly not.
But most of them kind of have. You see also like several urns that seem to have the sort of the ash remains of those who wish to be cremated, also kind of stored here as well. But their names kind of attached to the vessel. With little. There's little shrines here and there dedicated to the gods for those who want to offer up prayers to.
Coffee, this is going to be completely way out there, but like, I'm not sure Arya would know this information strictly, but is there a possibility that there is someone within these catacombs here that share Lagon's name? Or may potentially are mentioned to be from his village?
The village is kind of far away, but you can definitely be on the lookout for it. Make a perception check.
Yeah. That is going to be... Dice was 13. Let me check what my perception is. I keep switching between pages. That's a 14.
Not that you're seeing so far. But there are a lot of names very similar in style. They're all kind of written in the giant script.
Which I can read.
I can't read Jotun to save my life. But I am probably getting familiar with it.
You're getting familiar with the style of the characters, with the sort of artistic flow of how words are spelled. But as far as what they say and what they spell, you get the idea, obviously, that they're names. But things like date of birth, date of death, you kind of can infer. But
I can't. Like, I can be like, yes, this one says Gary, but I can't read, like, here lies Gary, he was the mad lad.
Yeah, if there's any kind of epitaph, yeah, you can't read the sentence.
That's fair. Even
just reading the names is hard because you aren't familiar with how those letters are supposed to sound.
Keeping my...
Given that I am currently stalking inside Arya's shadow,
kinda, yeah.
Would I notice anything odd about any of these names or any of the epitaphs? Given that I can just read it.
That's a variety of different people. There's different things written about them. Some of them are of noble descent. Some are clergy. Some are the poor. Some have nothing written about them at all. It's just a Jane Doe, as it were. Which typically tend to be the ones that are missing, actually. The sort of unnamed. Still stored here for burial, or eventual cremation, but...
They were.
Or were.
And then they got up and left.
Yep. But that's something because you can read the script of the different name tags and epitaphs that you specifically are able to glean.
And Arya would hear cars. Turning around, she wouldn't be able to see him. But she'd be able to hear cars. The missing bodies are all quote-unquote Jane Doe type individuals. People of unknown origin and nature. Someone's being exacting about this.
What? Who? What?
Also, I'm not familiar with the ability that allows you to do that.
Oh no, basically when she turned around, he's so that she can't see him.
No.
That's all
I
that's going
don't
on.
understand why you can't be seen right now.
Oh, I'm still stealth. I've just been following. He just whispered in her ear, and as she goes to turn around to look at him, he's moving with her so that she can't see him.
That's absolutely gonna break your stealth, my guy.
It's alright.
It's not like Unseen Passage where you're completely invisible to the site.
When did you follow us in?
I've been here the entire time.
Liar.
Am I? And he just looks her directly in the face.
And he is clearly able to be seen.
Yeah.
Okay, well maybe I've just been a little bit distracted. If I never known you were here, I'd be asking you questions too. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Clearly they're bot.
Well, yes.
He just kind of gives her a little bit of a toothy grin, like, ha ha ha.
Oh, wow. Yes, your sarcasm is about as dead as the rest of them in here. All right, moving on.
Do you have any actual questions?
Well, I mean, maybe. I recall for a moment you spoke a language with Lagon.
I
You
speak
two can.
Jotun, yes.
Something that I've been curious about lately is if maybe he might have family here. Or people he might know related to family or family friends. It's a long shot. It really is. But if we find them, I think he'd like to know. I can't read any of this. I can't even read necessarily the plates and that specify where they're from. Coffee, what was Lagon's home city, hometown called?
It was a village. Let me pull up my map here.
If Lagon knows it all, you should tell me.
Bloodstone Ridge.
Bloodstone Ridge.
Yeah, a little village in the mountain pass, a little bit north of Bloodstone Ridge. But yeah,
There's a village settled in between Bloodstone Ridge, just a little bit before the pass. Before we met you, we happened to stop by there. Times change, I guess.
Would anyone be able? Would I be able to spot anyone in the crypt that has, like, a mention of Bloodstone Ridge in their epitaph?
Perception check.
Please do better than me.
22.
That's better than me.
Not
You
so
can
far.
read.
Not so far. It's far enough away that Bloodstone Ridge would bury its own people there.
Yeah. Feels a little too far away geographically. Besides that, those of Jotun's blood. And you see that he doesn't say the word blood specifically. I mean, he is, but he's not saying it in common. A very particular on how they dead. So I get looking, but just be careful asking.
And thank you for the help.
You're welcome. As for everything else that we've seen, it's pretty clear that someone has been casting magic in here. Of the exacts, I don't know, but someone has been performing some kind of ritual in here, what with all the dirt and the onyx shards. I couldn't think of the kind of magic that would do such a thing, but someone's been casting magic in this room.
Agreed. A part of me wants to just go through Mausoleum in full and really investigate. Make sure we cover all our bases. But I also feel like we should go check in with everyone else.
A check-in is a good idea. Talking to someone who knows a bit more about magic might be able to identify the rituals that have been going on in here. And if we can do that, then We might actually be a step close to getting them done.
And Arya is going to turn to the two druids. How does that sound? Kenwin, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Alira? You do you!
Do you respond in any way, Alira, to let them know what you plan to do?
At this point, I think it's best if I just follow the group. I am not a counted member in case of ambush or what have you, and I can undo the transformation at any given time, so... As far as the discovery goes, I'm...
Yeah, what is going
mostly
on?
seeing... I'm mostly seeing, I'm mostly seeing the red-headed elven woman here currently going what appears to be ballistic, as though they end up finding something. Perhaps an old relative. I wasn't aware they were partial giant kin.
No.
Elves and giant kin. Ugh. Such things are bestiality. Surface is strange.
Watch, there's going to be a pointy-eared Goliath, and we're going to find out who they are.
Should not have introduced custom lineages.
You open this Pandora's box. You live with it.
You let me get this powerful. You gave it.
But yes. Speaking of which, Lagon, Vanya, make me a perception roll, each of you.
Just as a heads up, I might be having internet issues at the moment. Now, decided to work. Yeah.
29.
Mm.
Natural 20.
Let me do some math here.
Man, damn.
God damn.
Hot damn,
I
Mojo
was
Dice in the
close to
chat.
that 20. That's a 30.
Wow.
Wasn't a nat 20. Close enough, though.
Close enough, though. With eyes like that, who needs who needs Eyes of the Hawk, right? So, you're very vigilant, keeping watch on everything. Anything that moves, be it a creature, a little small thing that kind of rummages around in the snow and mud, to other individuals who have come to mourn at some of the gravestones. Maybe a lover, seems like a widow, comes to a gravestone, is there for half an hour, maybe. Just kind of sitting in the cold as the sun is setting. Just kind of looks like she might be saying something under her breath. Kind of whispering words. Kind of maintain your distance to give her a little bit of privacy. Ultimately, she gets up, kind of bundles her warm clothing back on top of her properly, and leaves. You see no activity in the Gravekeeper's house. In fact, the light from a lantern doesn't even come on. Maybe he's not home? There's no evidence that he'd be rising, which is what you would think as typical for a Gravekeeper. to do the maintenance around the graveyard when all of the daytime visitors have gone for the day. But you don't see anything stirring in the house. No lanterns come on in the window, the little window in the front of the house. And it's a tiny shack. Kind of looks like it's more like a storage shed with maybe an attached bedroom in a way. No one else comes to visit outside of the widow woman. But that's what you see.
How far away from the gravekeeper's shack are we?
You're kind of... I kind of imagine that you kind of picked some place to kind of close to the entryway for the graveyard in general. It's kind of an open yard aside from the crypt. The crypt is really the only place that has some kind of security. With the gate, but even that gate was easily opened and closed. So it seems like this place is pretty well left alone for the most part. That maybe the gravekeeper is the only sense of security that would happen for this place. So you're kind of towards the entry of as of right now. You can get closer to the home if you want. If you want to kind of sneak your sneaky selves in that direction.
That was Lagon's intentions.
And getting closer to the house. Getting closer to the house. Indeed, no lanterns come on. Not even a bedside sort of candle. It looks like not even a hearth fire's been started in the house for days.
That is odd.
That is very odd.
Can we see the layout through like any window?
There's kind of a small window. You personally don't have dark vision, so it's very dark for you to see inside.
Yeah.
But Vanya can peer inside.
Yep, and she would.
And you see that it is relatively small. That there's a it's like a two-room sort of home. It's very kind of small, even looking at it from the outside. That the front room has the amenities of a home, like a hearth and a stove on top, a small table. It has shelves on the inside for tools like shovels, pickaxe, different things. Has a box that seems to be locked on the inside. That maybe some kind of personal safe. Maybe has some of his precious items or coin. Kind of looks like something that one would keep for that purpose. You see that the room in the back, the door's closed. It's closed mostly. It's ajar a little bit, but it's not completely closed though. The front door is completely closed. You try pushing it in, and it seems to be locked. But there is something that both of you smell. It's an ever so faint scent of burnt flesh.
Why am I getting a bad feeling about this?
Because you remember how it smelled when Father Masterson was found.
Well, do you want to try to pick the lock, or should we just kick the door in?
I have no such means of so I can either bash it in, or you can attempt to pick the lock.
And I think on that regard, it's very clear that, well, I don't understand the full context. I imagine it's a case of I can see that they're at a point of indecision. So Lyra's going to end up making a choice. Going to dangle off of Kaz, go under the door.
Oh, Kaz
And then
isn't
open it.
there.
Oh,
Yeah. This is
yeah.
before
This is a separate scene.
show up.
oh.
Yes.
I'm like,
This is
Otherwise,
while you guys
it's-
are
it's,
investigating
you
the
know,
crypt. Yeah.
We'll get
okay.
spiders and spider underneath the door.
Damn. I thought I was being clever.
It's very clever if you were present. Yes, it is. This is
Well-
happening during the time that you guys are investigating the crypt.
I don't either. Unfortunately, I mean, I could give it a shot, but there's
So do you want me to break the door?
by all means, gotta get in there somehow.
Lagan is going to kick the door in.
And you're a strength 18. You don't need to make a strength check for it. It's easy enough. It's not a high security establishment. This is a rickety old, sort of even maybe drafty home that's built on the side of a cemetery. So it's really easy to kick in. And so,
Does that smell get stronger?
not by much, but it is more present.
At this point,
Still
Lagan is
kind of faint, but yeah, it's there.
Lagan will take out his drift globe and mutter a few words under his breath to cause it to alight, and walk towards the door and push it open, and send the globe in.
The
He's
bedroom?
gonna be right there with him.
Yeah.
You open the bedroom door, and just as you had expected, you do find the body of an individual having been burnt to death.
Vanya is going to send Zephyr to go get the rest of the group.
Lagan is going to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Detect Magic doesn't find anything presently cast on the individual in the bed. It does
Okay.
help you detect that magic was cast on this individual. This
Right.
person was incinerated using magic. Magic of an arcane nature,
Right.
not of a divine nature like yours.
Is this reminiscent of Father Masterson?
Certainly gives you similar feelings.
It's
Pose, not so much though. The pose is more
not the pose, but the magic, the residue of the arcane magic is not
not
I wasn't
exact,
asking
but similar.
similar. Okay.
Obviously, it feels like a different caster, maybe,
Right.
but very similar in purpose.
Okay.
Can we tell how long ago it happened?
Days.
It but as faint as it is,
several days to a couple
It-
weeks. You're not entirely sure.
Had to have been many days or possibly even weeks ago that he's it's very faint. Uh, what school of magic would it have been?
Um. Oh, what is? I forget. I forget the schools of magic.
That's okay.
What was the spell?
I'm looking it up right now.
Because other than that, that's the only thing I can learn.
Evocation,
Okay.
which is about as broad as arcane spells get, really.
Right. An arcane spell, evocation. Not quite the same, but not too dissimilar from Father Masterson's. This is very disturbing.
Wonder if anyone even noticed he was missing.
Highly doubtful. Gravediggers and tenders are not the most visited or sought after people, unless they're needing someone to dig a grave or potentially watch a body that they're not sure if is dead.
Well, fair enough.
And based on the sort of style of living that he was living under, very small house, very few accommodations, this guy didn't have many rich friends, we'll say.
Something.
Possibly lived only on the donations of others who have left money.
Well, damn it, I don't really have anything to do. Wait, I think I do. Give me just a second. Don't want to erase. What? Yes. Lagan is going to cast Speak with the Dead.
Okay. Speak with Dead. Alright, let me look at that here. Let's see what that tells us. Okay. Alright. So, you have 10 minutes to ask this corpse 5 questions. He does still, thankfully, have a mouth.
Does he have a tongue?
Yeah, what's left of his face will suffice.
Okay. All right.
Minimum, you can see he has his skull and jaw. So
as the small cone of incense starts burning and he starts to what was your name?
they call me hunchback.
Hunchback. Okay. How long have you been dead?
It's almost as if the head that you're speaking to just kind of looks out the bedroom window and ponders for a moment. A month. It almost says that in a sort of breathy tone, as if breath is being forced through the mouth.
What was that? I missed it. Sorry.
A month.
A month. Do you know who did this to you?
Sleeping.
Sleeping.
Didn't see.
Is this... Sorry, is this all in a language that Vanya can hear and understand as well?
If you're speaking in common, yeah. If you're speaking in common,
I'm using common.
yeah. If you're speaking in common, then he's speaking in common.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I'm using common because I don't want to
leave Vanya out.
I don't want to leave Vanya out at this.
No, yeah, he speaks common.
So, hunchback a month ago.
In his sleep.
In his sleep. Very odd. Very odd indeed. Do you have any questions? I have two more. Can you... I'll leave you one. We've heard there is has been an issue in this area of the undead being brought, of the dead being brought back. Do you know anything of this?
White and brown robes.
White and brown robes.
The skull with one eye. Soon.
Lagon turns to Vanya. I have one last question remaining. Is there anything you can think of that I have not, Vanya?
How long have these rogue figures been coming here?
Brown and white robed people, how long have they been coming?
Don't know. But soon he will be made manifest. It's almost as if he's speaking in a different voice.
Soon he will be made manifest.
Mm-hmm. And the last of that breath is gone from the body.
Fucking A.
Well, that's not ominous.
We'll have a book and an onyx skull of this thing. At least as long as I possess those, it'd be harder for those that wish to bring him back to draw on his powers unless they have one such as. How many books like this can there be? And you know the book that he's talking about.
Yeah. Hopefully not too many.
Just thinking about
There's
it
too
gives
much
you the
information
willies.
out of it.
My understanding is they're much like that. And you've seen the new book that Lagan has been carrying. They're supposed to be very rare.
But if the one who created them knows where they are, it'd be easy for them to lead followers to them, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much power they possess and their abilities to reach across. Not most who are of like myself can literally speak with their deities. Most, from my understanding, have brief impressions or visions, not actual conversations as you would have.
Still troubles me.
There is much to be troubled by this. Indeed, there is. He doesn't know exactly how long they've been. He doesn't. He was asleep when this happened, so he doesn't know who did it. It's been a month, which tells me there's something going on with this city. Something not
Much like
right.
there was Bombay.
Yeah. Who doesn't at least check in with the services of their keeper in a month? That we've heard no tale of this, and true, we've only been here, what, a day?
Couple days, maybe.
Couple of days? Maybe two? That we've heard nothing of his disposition until now. Unfortunately, I think we are in a very similar situation as to where we were with Kumbe. I would think at least some of the clergy would have checked in with the man. It's uncommon to go for such a length of time and not have at least one burial.
Well, we can always go talk to them and find out. See if something else is going on alongside this, and there are methods of disguising oneself. Someone could have been sitting in here acting like him.
I find it difficult to believe that in that month, if anyone came in here, they did not smell the stench of his rotting corpse.
Yeah,
As burned as it
me
is,
too. We could
I mean,
smell it from just the outside, even though it was faint. I can imagine it being fresh in here.
yeah.
That's about when the others are starting to come out of the crypt, past the gate.
About
You-
that time, Pepper will probably be meeting up with them.
yeah,
Vanya did the same after.
yeah.
As a point of order, too, Cars would have grabbed a shard of the onyx on the way out.
Okay. It's tiny,
Okay.
a couple millimeters long. That's about it.
You guys kind of see just Zephyr whining and looking between you guys and going between legs and looking at the keeper's house.
If I were a betting man, I think they would want us to follow. We should go see what at least Vanya, I'm guessing Lagan's with her. See what they found.
Zephyr kind of nudges you all in that direction.
Yeah, and toward the gravekeeper's house we would go.
And you would find a similar scene, except with Lagan and Vanya standing in the midst of the tiny house.
Lagan would have stepped out of the bedroom.
Yeah.
Before stepping out, he would have found something to cover the remains with.
Yeah, because the bed's completely charred too, so...
He would have looked around to see if there was any kind of blanket or sheet to
Yeah,
cover him.
there's some tattered sheets.
Okay. I'm assuming as he's finishing this preparation and stepping out is when the others and stuff are looking in.
So, what did you guys find? Oh, I can't half tell what that is.
You can barely smell it. It's not even hardly there.
Oh, yeah. But he knows the smell of charred flesh, given that he has caused that many a time himself.
It's very faint, even for them, and they got natural 20s, so...
Sure.
Well, we found out how these guys are getting away with it so easily.
One's back. Groundskeeper. It's been dead for at least a month.
That would make sense. The mausoleum is in a little bit of disarray.
How so?
Normally those sorts of things are kept quite clean for outdoor underground things. Not so much. And he pulls out a shard of the shard of onyx and holds it up between his fingers. Found these littered about, not too much, but
Very tiny.
Very tiny. Okay. I'm assuming there's just enough that I could potentially ritually cast detect magic to determine if
Yeah.
there was any.
Yeah,
Okay.
you'd be able... You'd find that... You would be able to do that with a ritual detect magic. That's it's small enough bits that kind of because you've used Revivify once before. It kind of looks like a gem shattered.
Similar to what I would do with Revivify.
Similar to what the diamonds, how they shatter when Revivify is activated.
I'm assuming it's not the same school.
No.
Is this an evocation school again, or is this what school? That's the only other thing I can get off of that with detect magic is the school that it comes from.
Necromancy.
Necromancy. That's what I figured. Somebody is racing with that. Cool. He says these figures that are raising the dead are in brown and white robes when they come. He couldn't tell us who done it because he was asleep when it happened. What else did you find in the crypt? Well, not find.
Missing bodies, all unknown name, origin. Jane Doe's. Someone was very selective about who they took.
Those not like this.
Sounds like they're being a little bit more selective.
There's an anger that at least Vanya and Kenwyn would recognize after having found Father Masterson, regardless of who the people were or what species, that somebody is desecrating these graves as they are. And finding Hunchback the way we found him.
Well, God and I have a plan of going to talk to some of the clergy in the morning. There's no way someone didn't know about this for a month. And if they didn't, something else going on top of it.
Sorry, what was your question, Woden?
You think they're in on it?
It's hard to say who's in on it at this point.
I'd hope not.
What this man was responsible for, that no one knew he was dead for a month, is extremely unlikely at best. If they did not, negligence at worst. His duties would require that he help dig a grave or prepare those spaces in the crypt that you found empty.
The newest bodies in there were several months old. It looks like someone hasn't been in there for a while. At least, not to actually use it for its intended purpose. Which begs the question, because people will have died, several few months, people who would have needed to be buried.
Yes.
Where are they going? And what is the clergy doing with them?
So you understand as well. It's highly unlikely that he's been dead for a month and they've not required his services in that time. So, we should be cautious and careful how we go about this. Tipping our hands as we did with Lord Kaiji is not the way I want to go with this one. I'd as soon not see other innocents or those that could possibly help meet the same fate as Father Masterson.
Then
Or Darius.
we can't wait until the white and brown robed show up again.
We need to investigate further into this. But we need to be cautious about how we do it.
Yeah.
Last several people we were hosting paid the price for this. And I don't know if it goes as high here as it did in Gombay. But I wouldn't doubt that there are very powerful people here. Just as much as if Lord Kaiji were himself running the show.
So then, as outsiders, how would we find our way in? How do we collect this information without necessarily giving away our hands?
Not lethally an outsider. The majority of folk, and as all you have seen, I'm amongst most of my own kind here. There are some other, but the largest portion of the population is Goliath. I come from quite a ways away, but I'm not exactly an outsider, and well, being a man of the cloth, or whatever you want to call me, might have an ability to get more than those not of. There are no guarantees, but
Whilst
Fair
I
enough.
I know the language and the customs, so I can navigate my way around without too much difficulty.
Then, that said, let me be helpful. I'm not sure particularly how I can be. But if this is something that any of you need assistance with, I have plenty of talents. I'm familiar with courts, so to speak. The politicking, the etiquette, the showmanship, whatever it have you.
May come in handy indeed. Sadly, I fear we're more in need of the services of Darius or someone like.
I see. What tells that?
The sneaky kind.
Well, I don't know. I think Vanya is quite good at being sneaky.
I could also do it.
I'm not saying that anyone here is incapable of, but his particular talents, well, getting in and out without being seen or heard most of the.
Oh, I see. You're talking about the roguish type of talents.
Yes. The light-fingered kind as well.
Quite. Well, we'll see what we can do. Whatever it is that we can muster. All things considered, if nothing else works, with getting in and out unseen, there is the option of getting in and out as a familiar face.
How's that now?
Would you like an example?
Please.
I'm gonna use polymorph. I'm gonna cast polymorph on myself to look like Lagan.
Does polymorph let you transform into another humanoid?
It, generally speaking, it does.
Lets you transform into
last.
Lets you transform into beasts.
Does it?
I know that much. You're probably thinking closer to disguise self.
It might be.
A new form.
Any beast. Never mind.
Yeah, so it's beasts specifically.
Yeah.
I turn into a mouse.
You need seeming.
Seeming's also another good one.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll turn into the I'll turn into the red bird again. Red jay. Just flutter around and fly onto Lagan's shoulder.
Which may or may not be also a resting spot for Alira right now. What you up to, Alira? Listening to all this, what's going on in Alira's head?
I thought Alira was on Kaz's show.
Either one. It doesn't matter. I want to just introduce Alira into the scene because we haven't heard from her at all. What's going on in Alira's head and listening to all this?
Listening to all this,
yes.
I have to end up considering the fact that we are currently in some, or we ended up going into some random person's abode, and having to end up watching as we ended up going from the gravesite into a home that doesn't appear to have been used in quite some time. There seems to be some large argument that's going on, and I'm currently trying to end up observing for signs of life, which I am under the impression I am not seeing in any way, shape, or form in this particular frozen tundra of a shelter.
You are not, and I was not keeping you from understanding the conversation. You understand the conversation.
Doesn't change a damn thing.
I just don't want you written out of scenes, man.
It's all good. It's all good. If I,
Vanya's kind of gonna look over at Uri and just said familiar face. And she will use disguise self to make herself look like Lagan.
Haha!
Sorry,
Two great minds think alike.
I was dealing with a puppy. I had my headset on, just couldn't answer. Say anything.
Giving Dante Zephyr pets.
Yeah, he's a little out of reach right now, but...
So there are those who can transform into animals and those who can transform into other people-ish.
Animal transformations and face stealing. Just another Tuesday.
Are we looking at sneaking through?
That is a difficult prospect.
I checked and the birds get no bonuses to stealth.
No, Aria tried to use polymorph to turn herself into Lagan, and the spell doesn't work like that, so
It
turned
doesn't,
herself
no.
into a bird instead.
Nope.
But
Okay,
Carl's kinda...
turn into a giant wolf spider, you know.
That. And Cars is standing there. Now the only non-animal, non-Lagan person in the room. And he's looking around. Right. So Lagan.
For shits and giggles, could I use minor illusion to make Kaz look like Lagan? Just for small.
It would be an obvious fake, as it is a cantrip. But it...
Yeah, obvious fake, but just shits and giggles.
It's like
Yeah.
looking at a Star Wars hologram. It's green. It's very, very green.
Anywho, and given that he just saw Vanya do that to him, he's going to turn to the actual Lagan. The easiest way to go about this, in my mind, is going to be that you interact with the clergy like you would.
I'm going to have to. We have to see two hunchbacks laying to rest.
I mean, among
As
other
well.
things.
I believe for that at least is the beginning of the approach to this.
Then I'll stick in your shadow and see what I can learn. Watch, wait, listen, see if there's a slip up, something that somebody may be hiding, something like that.
If this is as I think it might be, we probably have some very powerful foes going to be into. How much have we told Kaz and Alira about what happened in Kombe?
Nada. Basically.
Very little so far. I mean, they've now heard the name of the city a couple of times, but as far as recapping that whole thing, we can definitely go over that. It's basically basically what happened is that there was a very similar thing going on in Kombe. Turned out it was linked to the regional ruler, and that regional ruler ended up, well, dead as a result. Having some, I'm not sure if Lagon would actually put forth that information, but had some very interesting artifacts.
The existence of the artifacts is not something right now, but that he had some very powerful enemies in a very high level necromancer
Mm-hmm.
to the old god of death would be the facts, and the deaths of our friends, the torture and torment of the one we left behind as well, Darius, and then I'm sure they've heard of the loss of our good friend.
Yes, and
And
the giant Sphinx servant of this old god too.
yeah,
Found at the bottom
and
of the
that it
cigarette.
all ties up in one huge plot somehow. I don't necessarily see all of the connections, but I don't believe in coincidence. Not when this necromancy seems to be as widespread and prevalent in this on both continents so far.
Once is a happenstance, a second time is coincidence, third time is a pattern.
So
I understand full well that we might be dealing with a conspiracy of almost world-shattering implications. However, there's something I would like to share with you, and I think you might find this. I think you might get where I'm going with this. If there is a group that perverts the natural order so, and he holds up a fist, then they'll meet with this. And I think we all know how well that went for the last being that decided to challenge me. Which was the Elder Brain, which he was punching so hard and so fast that the entire cavern was thundering and the thing was vibrating. He made the thing feel fear.
Tenderized to death.
Before we leave the cemetery and everything, Lagon is going to make a few small offerings, one to Melora and one to the Raven Queen.
There's definitely a little sort of offering shrine for prayer to the to Melora, the Wild Mother. The Raven Queen. The shrine is very small. It's not even really well decorated at all. You can barely tell that it's even dedicated to her. But a black raven just kind of sits upon it.
Oh.
It just kind of caws at you. And you make your offering and your prayer. And it flies away.
But to both, it would be beseeching them for the strength to see this through, and that whatever or whomever is causing this find the justice they deserve.
All right. Well, I think that's a perfect spot for us to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll find out what else the Lucky Sevens are going to get themselves up to. So we'll be back soon, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. After doing the investigating at the home of the Gravekeeper... What? I heard a noise from somebody. Thought thinking they were interrupting me. I guess not.
I think that was
But after collecting themselves, after their investigation of the Gravekeeper's home and of the crypt in the graveyard, the Lucky Sevens made their way back to the Tumbled Wench for a rest. To come back to in the morning with their plans to visit the clergy of the city of Garnet Keep. So, you all awake, refreshed, eat what it is that you're going to eat for breakfast, complete your morning and daily sort of rituals for the morning to prepare, and decide what to do next. So, who do you want to visit first?
I didn't see any kind of iconography that I'm aware of that would lend me to believe.
Come on!
What?
hold on.
What do you want about one?
You good, Waden?
Yeah.
You were kind of shouting in your mic, so...
I think there's a thing going on his end. Because I just got called to do a thing.
Okay. Alright, so... You were saying?
I said I didn't see any particular iconography in Hunchback's home that would lead me to believe that he has one religion over another that he leans more towards.
Nothing specific. He kind of, in his home, had little statuettes for at-home worship. But other than that, he didn't really seem to sway one way or the other, or have his cemetery kind of lean in one direction or another.
Right. That's what I was saying. It seemed that he had bits and pieces of at least the three major deities that are worshipped here. Maybe some iconography of the minor deities as well, but I would think starting for this area being Palor, and then Zubiwao, and then Moradin, trying to gain as much information as possible for what their knowledge of the necromancy situation and the dead being brought back. But first off, trying to find out if he had any leanings, where to at least start with Palor to at least try and get this man interred properly.
Okay. The temple to Palor, the Dawn Father, is probably the highest point of this city, kind of built into the rock face. The temple itself is made with sort of a glittering white stone, and the icon of the sun at the very steeple of it, kind of a very sort of pale gold, almost like it's meant to be a very bright sort of beacon at the top of the hill. And so, in a kind of fashion almost like the sun would have, where it's beaming down directly upon the people with the sort of rays of sunshine that the sun does. And so it's a rather tall building. It looks like it has very tall ceilings. From the outside, it has almost think like a similar design to like a Catholic cathedral, in that it's very tall, it's very sort of ornamental, it's very much has things like stained glass of depictions of Palor and Palor saints, and a few other things that are kind of important in a very religious fashion on the outside to be kind of a welcoming presence in the city. And so, climbing up the stairs to the cathedral itself is a journey. It kind of the stairs kind of go back and forth in a sort of zigzag motion up to the actual temple itself. And so even that is a little bit of a strain on your legs, because that's a lot of stairs going from even the top level of the city up to the temple is a trek in itself. So in a way, a test of your dedication to even make it there. And so you're greeted by clergy working the grounds, kind of keeping the place nice, neat. There's a lot of snow that's kind of built up on the ground around the place, but it all kind of glitters in that with that sort of golden sun that kind of overlooks the whole the whole complex. So it's definitely very well kept, and definitely looks like it is guarded well enough. It looks like the clergy might actually have some guards among them, where clerics like yourself are posted here to protect the temple and the obviously very, very precious sort of things that go on here. The head of the church, the main priest, he comes out to visit you as well, and welcomes you in a very very sort of ornate fashion, but in Jotun.
Lagan would respond in kind. Thank you. My companions don't particularly speak our tongue. Could we perhaps continue this in common?
Oh, forgive me. It was rude of me to assume.
Not at all. Not rude at all. I obviously do, but my companions here do not, and I'm not one for teaching our tongue to others as well. Of course, Kaz understands every word of what's being spoken.
That he does.
But not trying to let on that you do. My companions and I are known as the Lucky Sevens.
Lucky Sevens.
in common, will introduce each member of the party. And I, myself, am Lagan. This is Arya, Vanya, Kinlan, Kaz, Alira, and last but not least, Zephyr.
You may call me I need a name. I don't have a name. I don't have a name. I was trying to think of something that would be appropriate. But I'm having trouble. You may call me Nasor.
Nasor?
Nassor.
All right. This is difficult. How to start?
Perhaps we should start by going inside. Sitting down. The trek up the stairs is no easy task.
It is never meant to be.
But I'm sure you could use a rest on your feet.
Indeed.
Then allow me to welcome you. To the Dawn Father's palace.
Thank you.
And he kind of gestures towards the door and starts walking towards it. And when he opens up the doors, you see that the entryway is definitely very beautiful. And past the entryway is a sanctuary that has very tall ceilings with those stained glass windows bringing in all sorts of colored light. The paintings on the ceiling sort of depicting what is believed to be the creation of the world, and other assorted stories from the creation of the world and such. And so you see that the sanctuary has a lot of sort of wooden pews that you're welcome to sit at. There are a couple of others who are sitting in prayer. The sort of picturesque sort of depiction of Palor kind of at the very back of the room, where it is the figure in golden armor with the brilliant sun for a head, and it's meant to look as bright as the sun, even glinting off of his armor, with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other.
Well, thank you for your hospitality. I'm afraid, well, the things we've come to speak of are, not so pleasant. We, heard rumors coming in, the undead being brought back in this area.
I've heard
My
similar
friends
rumors
and
as well.
Friends and I have had experience with that quite a bit as of late, and went to investigate. And well, I can assure you there is, well, indeed, things of this nature going. There are traces of necromantic rituals, if not spells, in the crypt. It appears that they're only taking those who are unknown, so as not to be missed. When was the last time you spoke or had contact with Hunchback?
Very
Your
rare.
gravekeeper.
It's very rare that I do business with him directly at all, which is perhaps unfortunate.
Even more unfortunate. You will never have such dealings again.
Did he pass away?
Over a month ago.
A month ago.
Yes.
Strange.
I thought so too.
That is indeed very strange.
I find it extremely odd that in a city of this size, no one noticed the gravekeeper gone. Or I find it odd that a month goes by and not at least one person needs tending to, as was his manner. Not only that, but I found that his remains were much of a nature similar to something I had seen before. As I said, my friends and I have dealt with this kind of thing quite a bit, and a bit too often for my liking.
Indeed, that such rumors would be... and events would happen elsewhere.
Yes.
I apologize. I had very little information that I can provide you. I am simply shocked.
Who among your brethren is the last who said that they have spoken with him?
Well, let's see.
If you need names, I can give you some.
I just didn't have names ready. I did not
I've got
prepare.
quite a few Goliath names if you want. Nanoth being one.
Nanoth.
Yeah, Nath. If you need names, I can provide you Goliath names. I have a list of them.
One of our shrine keepers, Nanoth, had typically had a lot more in the way of conversations with Hunchback. Such a cruel and unusual name. Didn't help much that this Hunchback fellow was well, not very well liked in the community for obvious reasons.
Occupation being one of those.
Well, and you understand that with the coming of death, it is a natural thing, but it is not a pleasant thing. And the people would rather not be reminded.
I see. Well, be that as may, it is unfortunate. Can you direct us to this Nanath? I would like to find out myself when I spoke with Hunchback.
Yes, indeed. Nanoth is the one who performs a lot of the burial rites when it comes to the ceremony aspects. And primarily is the last that the families see, really, of clergy when it has to do with that. You know, blessings and the like. And typically the shrine that he kind of watches over is in that same district.
As the
Graveyard.
cemetery?
Yes.
I see. Can you tell us where in this district he is?
And he'll kind of give you a cross section of streets.
Okay. Oh, that's going to be quite a trek. On the trek up here, would I have noticed whether it would be Moradin or Melora who would have a temple or section
Both.
of area where the clergy?
Both have a temple, yeah.
Okay. Which one would be closer from the trek back down from here?
That would be Melora. And that temple is kind of like a wide open sort of garden in a way. From what you were seeing.
Okay. I will keep that in mind. I thank you for your time, sir. I wish it had been under better circumstances.
I also wish the same. You're always welcome.
He would see that Lagan starts to say something, trails off.
All right. Well, pleasant travels, and may the Dawn Father smile upon you.
And you as well. Thank you for your kindness. I think my friends and I will be continuing our investigations.
I hope you find what you're looking for.
Lagan will bow and then stand up and begin to leave. This is very difficult. And as they're walking, Lagan's talking to them. There's so much of what's going on that's reminding him of started in. And he really does not want to see another priest wind up to the same fate as Father Masterson.
Mm-hmm.
But the similarities are so eerily lining up as to lead him to believe that there may be at least one, if not more than one, potential dead bodies. So, but turning to the rest of the group, do any of you feel as strange about this as I do?
I do. It's getting far too similar. Far too much like Home Day.
I don't understand.
What are you not understanding?
You say similar. Been through this before.
Right. As I told Nasur, we have dealt with a very similar situation in Kombe. The dead being brought back. At that point, I've, other than the rumor and, well, confirmation rumor that the dead are being brought back here, but to what purpose we do not know. In Kombe, they were being brought back into the poor areas of the city to harry and harass those denizens of. To what exact purpose, we never did find out. But it led directly to the ruler of the area, Lord Kaiji, and his followers. And they being followers of the old god of death. The manner in which we found Hunchback, very similar to how we found Father Master after we had our first encounter with the necromancers, staking out a cemetery. That his body was... Oh?
I'm so sorry, this just sounds really familiar.
I'm not surprised you would say that, Arya. But, other than the manner in which the body was displayed, the only difference, as I said, being between Father Masterson and Hunchback, is the manner in which they were displayed. The destruction of both bodies.
That and Father Masterson was openly helping us. Looking
Yes.
to stay at the temple.
Kaiji.
Somebody could have brought him back, but, we are, we are at a loss here. We are not involved with these people as we may.
We just got here after all.
Following those rumors.
I think I remember. Gone, you and Rune found
Yes.
his remains.
We did.
And Kaiji Kaiji's plan with the undead was to build an army of eternal slaves.
Yes.
To use the dead to forever progress his power.
And we've heard of no such things in the last words from Hunchback were he is nearly or returned. Something along those lines.
Can I get an insight check on that for the pronoun game? Who is he? Who is he?
That is a very good question.
The understanding I had, if not Dradith, the old god of death that we just took over for.
But we just mentioned another factor.
Hmm?
We just mentioned another factor. He might be in Kaiji. It's a possibility. It's a thought.
It's a possibility. It's a thought. I don't know. Those were the last words of Hunchback that I got from him.
That's
So,
fair.
Manifest.
Arya doesn't know either.
Yeah.
But me as a player, am like, okay, all right, necromancers, right? Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh, it's gotta be necromancers.
Something about having like a bajillion different ways that you can respawn. Liches too. The liches are like professionals at it. Something phylactery, something. Anyways, I'd like an insight check on that pronoun game right there. With all of our evidence, who can I summarize the he?
That's more of a question for me, the DM, than it is for a question towards your other players, right?
Yes. So I'm wondering if I can roll like an insight check to sort of like be like, yes, with all these details. Like summarize it.
Not an insight, a religion.
Oh shit, why do you do this to me?
Because you asked for these questions.
Because you're asking the DM a direct question. Which is basically like...
religion. I got proficiency in it.
Can someone help me?
Yeah, Kenwin just offered
Kenwin
himself.
just
Roll
said
an
he would.
advantage.
Yeah.
Roll an advantage.
Can I give a bardic inspiration on top of that?
Yes, you can.
Please. I think I'm gonna get start. First roll was a 20. Wow. That really just fucking happened. Second roll a 20. plus
Dirty 20 or natural
Oh.
20?
They're both nat 20s. I don't know what the fuck just
Damn.
happened.
Damn.
Yes.
Okay,
I
divine
think my hand-
inspiration a little bit
Somebody
here.
spam the mojo dice.
Yep, spam
Yeah,
some mojo dice,
I
guys.
stole it.
Acted like we do that sort of stuff, and then you pull out 2 back to back.
I know what. I'm
What's
sorry,
that?
Derek. I think I just stole it for the rest of the month.
What the fuck is that?
Why? All right, but it's okay. My religion is like a flat 0, so it's just nat 20 plus
Natural
the bardic inspiration.
Yep, it's a d6.
D6. I'll take a 23.
Okay. Okay.
What do I know?
I want
You're
to
like,
flavor
what can I say without giving it away?
I
Just
want to
give it
flavor this
away.
very interestingly for Arya.
Why?
Because Arya, it's almost like a specific bard is kind of divinely inspiring you.
This is just so hot.
You ponder. You ponder on whether it could be Kaiji. You ponder on whether it could be this Dradith that Lagon is mentioning. No, it's neither of them. No. It's to the level of a god. An undying king. The Whispered One.
The Whispered One.
Only called Death because none utter his name.
Speaks strictly of the Whispered One. I think. Is that the term used for it?
Are you saying this out loud?
Yes.
Because none dare speak his name. Lest they draw attention from him.
What kind of god is cursed, such as that?
Lagon, you would say one that went to war at the dawn of time.
That's exactly what you get from...
At the dawn of time.
That's the information I have. That is what I know.
How are we defining dawn of time here? Dawn of time as in like before the giants and the dragons, or dawn of time as in of the time of the giants and the dragons? Because there were a lot of things fighting back then.
He's talking about creation myth.
These are... He was one of those that fought against what we call the creator gods. Those we know of as Melora or Zuviwao, Pelor, and Moradin. That was what they were fighting. One of whom they were fighting.
Right. And so they're trying to combat something, or trying to summon something that ancient. To what ends? What benefits?
To the destruction of what you see around you.
But that destroys them too. Doesn't it?
They're aware.
They believe that bringing this back puts them in a place of kind of a rulership over what will be left. Not knowing whether or not they will be destroyed with the rest.
It's not great odds. We would know. We're fantastic at odds. We're the lucky sevens, after all. This just feels so much above my pay grade. I don't really. I think it's in everyone's best interest that even if it were not so simple a situation as, say, bringing back an ancient elder being beyond any sort of creation myth itself, the very dark or void that were, it still stands that there are certain circumstances that are transpiring here that are beyond dignity. The way I view it, there is an imbalance that is transpiring.
Yes.
People are people, and let's say the bodies of those people are being disrespected.
I believe we can assume, I believe from what we've seen, which I've been able to confirm for all of us, these bodies are being brought back here for a similar purpose as they were in combat. Difference is, so far as we've been able to see or hear, they have not been used against people yet.
And that's the key word. Yet. Bodies are getting up and they're moving somewhere else. And I think that's very much a concern that we need to be addressing, is where.
I do not disagree, but
we tried to track them, but we couldn't end up finding their heading. The snow had already covered their tracks.
You hear a rumbling.
as if the obsidian peak is
Rattling.
stirring.
Mm-hmm.
There is a temple in the keep.
You know,
it's a sacred place.
If I was a betting man, if I wanted to resurrect some long dead god, I'd want there to be a place where there is a massive of energy to harm. And he points at the peak in the distance. If I was a betting man, what more energy is there than the roar of the ground beneath us?
I do not disagree. And I am a gambling man. My life has been a gamble. However,
Our odds are
we do
looking
need
good.
we do need to continue this. We have at least 2 more temples to stop at, and 1 person to speak with. Whose information we got? Father Nasur. And I'm assuming we will get at least 2 more such people from each but making them aware of this situation. Should we need any backup, those with the capabilities to do so, fight this thing, its unnaturalness, have the ability to do so and are prepared to do so. I'm assuming we're walking and talking at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
uh, each member that is not part of whatever this is that could help to fight this battle will be needed.
Zuvia, protect us.
Indeed, from your lips to her ears.
All right. Where to next?
The Temple of Zugiwao, Melora.
All right.
And that was the next one in line.
Yep. Very much sort of an open air sort of a plan where a circle of trees have been planted in such a way that their boughs kind of provide shade over an area of grass and sort of stones for seating and things like that. It's very natural. Like the space has been overtaken by plant life. And when you'd feel very at home here because it feels very much like the forest. The sort of very tall trees, the very sort of shade that the limbs provide would be even more shade if the leaves hadn't fallen, but the limbs of the branches almost kind of interweave into like a web above you in a very sort of beautiful pattern in a way. Arya, you'd feel pretty at home here too, as it's definitely feels very comfortable. I imagine that Alira would feel some bit of normalcy and comfort, knowing that this is a very natural place, rather than the constructed sort of artificialness of the rest of the city.
Well, I had to end up making sure that I can end up finding some degree of refuge. In truth, I ended up wondering if these towns and cities were just a constant, like the entire landscape was covered in such. Outside of barren snowfields, I didn't even consider what a thicket would be in this environment.
Thickets, as you know them, would be sort of mushroom and fungus, sort of wall-to-ceiling, sort of chasms in the underground. And this almost feels like that sort of enclosed space. Your eyes are given a bit of rest from the bright sun. The feeling of the cool earth just feeling a bit more welcoming and at home for you. And obviously, Lagan, you would feel very at home here because this is the sort of temple that you're used to when it comes to dedications to the Wild Mother, including, any shrines that you've seen for her are all very natural in a way, kind of built with the the use of a natural source kind of in mind, always kind of naturally lopsided to a little bit of a degree, kind of instead of geometric shapes, very natural sort of curves to just about everything, and even the knots in the trees preserved to just let it be. And so,
No straight lines anywhere.
nope. Very natural in every sense of the word, and even the trees have a little bit of a bend to them from here and there. And even the temple maidens and the priestess who reside here are very much kind of covered in like not even really robes per se, just kind of stitched together furs and fabrics and things that one would find kind of in nature as far as their clothing, and much akin to what Kinwin wears, except Kinwin does have a sense of proper armor to his attire. But these
Put the decorations on top of the arm.
and so very much jewelry made of natural things, very raw. If any gems are used at all, they're very raw in nature to keep the flaws intact. As it is very apparent that is the beauty that they find in the natural world. And all of you, whether you're religious or not, do feel a very warm and welcoming presence here. So, what do you do?
You said the priestess is the
kind of the leader here. Yeah, she calls herself Keeper Levin.
Keeper Levin. Okay. Well, I am Lagon.
Welcome.
These are my companions. We are the Lucky Sevens.
Pleased to meet you.
And again, introducing each one. Arya, Vanya, Kinwin, Kaz, Alira, and Zephyr.
The Wild Mother welcomes you.
May her blessings be upon you.
You seem troubled, child.
We have very tidings. My companions and I have been dealing with an undead scourge for quite a while, and heard rumors that such things were going on in your city of the Garnet Keep. Sadly, I can confirm going on and have been going on.
The whispers are true, then.
They are more than whisper. Did you have many dealings with the Gravekeeper Hunchback?
Only in so much that he watched over the cemetery nearby.
Insight check.
All right.
28.
She's not a very charismatic person, but she seems forthcoming.
Okay. Well,
Maybe.
no longer.
Maybe it's that plants seem to suit her a lot more than people.
Right. No, I get that, and I totally understand that, but no longer.
Oh,
Who amongst you would have had the most recent contact with him?
most recent. Would have been myself. I tend to do the unsavory business, as I would not want others to have to do the sort of ugly things that are required, but rituals and sendings and the proper burial of corpse are my duties.
When was the last time you would have had such interactions with him?
Perhaps a week ago.
That cannot be. For whomever you spoke with was not he.
Are you sure?
I am positive. He has been dead for a month.
But he and I had tea.
You had tea with someone, but whomever it was not him. For his body lies charred to his bed, and has been so for a month.
I would have known.
Certain.
I can confirm what he's saying. I saw the body as well.
I can assure he told me himself.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Whoever got rid of him saw themselves they want.
Your mic's cutting out on you, but
Yeah.
Ah, sorry. Better?
yeah,
Yeah.
you just have to speak with it.
Yeah, it's the it's the
A quiet voice does not pick up on your mic.
Yeah. Our thought is that whoever did this saw him as an them and their objective. There were several bodies missing from the crypt. Those without names, without epitaphs. People who wouldn't be missed.
Even those who we do not know their names, have names. They have lives, had lives. To disrespect such things.
And he'd even go so far as to pull out the tiny shard of onyx that he still has on him. And there was signs of magical interference. Something or someone did something in that crypt, desecrated those bodies, made them get up and walk out.
To what purpose?
That is what we are trying to find out. And Lagan would share Hunchback's last words with whatever they are doing. We are going to need everyone that we have. For I fear that the rumblings of the Obsidian Peak
They've been more frequent lately. She's
and they
disturbed.
should not have been so. So
She's disturbed.
yes. It is very disturbing. But unfortunately, from our investigations to this point, it is confirmed. They are removing those that have no names, that are unknown and will least likely to be missed here.
A boil festering.
Yes. I don't know how much contact you may have with those of other members
Frequently.
of the other deities.
Frequently. Often
I have
festivals are
already-
held together.
I've already spoken to either Father Nasur from the Temple of Pelor. I speak to you as well. I will be making my way to the Temple of Morden from here. I do have at least one other person from Pelor's, from Father Nasur, that I will be speaking with to see if I can confirm as you, well, as recently as within the last week, had such contact as you with the poor hunchback. And may have at least one more after. If there are any others that I am unaware, could please reach out with them. This is a very nasty business that they are dealing with, and I and my friends, while may only be assumption and conjecture at this point, believe that the rumblings of the Obsidian Peak are somehow tied up in with all of this.
I do as well. And if the infection is allowed to fester much longer, it will burst. The volcano itself will burst.
Yes.
As far as I know, the others who contact Hunchback, or have contacted him most recently, were all under the same guise as I. If they knew something, they did not say so. If they suspected anything, they did not say so. I doubt they suspect anything at all.
I did what I could without interring his body as is. But should you so desire, all you need to do is send someone, and you will find his remains.
I will tend to him personally.
I appreciate that. I did what I could.
Thank you for bringing me this news.
You are welcome. I wish it were better than it is. Unfortunately, this is what it is.
Yes, it is.
I thank you for your time.
You're welcome to stay as long as you like. She
Well, they may
embraces
have-
and cares for all her children.
I'm sure he will find at least myself and my friend Kenwin here camping out a night or two.
You are welcome to.
While we
Alright. And with that, the keeper will go back to tending some of the things that she was tending to before gathering some things to go and prepare Hunchback's remains for burial.
the Temple of Moradin,
Mm-hmm.
and then Nanath, unless somebody else wants to with Nanath.
I think more than anything, we need to prepare. Have the proper supplies and equipment because, well, considering everything we've discovered, I think it'd be better we scaled that mountain sooner than later.
I agree.
Give me just a second. I need to look at something.
Alright.
Because I forget how long that takes.
What are you looking up?
Ceremony.
Ceremony takes an hour.
Okay.
Casting time is an hour.
1 hour plus 10 minutes.
Yep, if you can't ritual cast it, yep.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna need to do this twice.
Okay.
Um,
For the purposes of
creating more holy water.
more holy water.
Smart. Smart.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Alright. Well, that's going to be about 2.5 hours out of your day to do. So that you don't consume the spell slots if you don't need to.
No, that's why I'm ritually casting it.
Mhm.
So that I don't have to consume the spell yet.
Yes. During that 2.5 hours or so that Lagon is preparing some holy water, what are the rest of you going to do?
I think Alira would find herself kind of just gazing up at the figure of our dear pastor's faith, almost like studying it or meditating upon it, seeing how the world above
Specifically Palor
creates
or Moradin?
form.
Moradin, okay.
Yeah.
Also
She's
called the
studying.
Soul Forger.
A curious thing. She just studies it inquisitively. Her own preparations thus far are requiring very little, but then again, the Alira has always had to end up here packing extremely light.
Yes. Always fairly on the move. Not settling for very long much of anywhere. Was the nature of your people even before you were captured.
It is that which brought us underground.
And even underground, there were many threats.
And yet the need to move. Curious things, such temples.
The image of Moradin is of... looks like an ordinary man. A blacksmith with an anvil and hammer. The hammer being the prominent symbol. Temples made with forged metals. To pay homage to the crafting of various things. Perhaps in a similar way to one might believe, at least the clergy here believe, the soul is forged. The thing that leaves the body when the body is dead. You're muted.
To try and imagine to seal such a thing, encased in iron and copper. Where do they get these ideas? To reforge, shall we say, a body to house the spirit, as though a body were little more than a empty vessel to receive a soul. In truth, that's almost unnerving. The idea that not all of you returns from whence it came. It is akin to the very act of necromancy itself, trying to live beyond your time, even if it is just in a belief that the soul doesn't return and offer back what it has taken. Is this what qualifies for good upon the surface? She asks herself.
Do you ask anyone? Or do you simply ponder?
I ponder at this point. The goal here is to observe how the surface world operates,
Mm-hmm.
not to cast judgment upon it too soon. My lady requires me to end up being knowledgeable, and as such, I will endeavor to do so. Though,
And in each of these temples, you would find copies of stories. The widely regarded stories of these gods. How they intertwine, how they're very much a part of one another and yet separate beings. At least that's the belief. That each one created something. And then had that creation corrupted.
be corrupted. Curious. But not much I can end up asking at this point. Alas, it's probably for the best.
But you can take a copy of those if you so desire.
I certainly will. Flipping through them, though the words I suspect might not be written in something I can understand just yet. Still good to hang on to.
Yeah. It's good practice, good study. It's written in Common, which is the language that most of these people speak.
Surface dwellers.
Mm-hmm. Most surface dwellers seem to speak a version of it, and so it makes for good reading practice. So you have a copy of the story of the creation of the world and the Dawn War. Which there is a brief of that on Roll20, so that you could be familiar with it.
Thank you.
What's anybody else doing?
I have no specific tasks that need to be done. Well, I mean, to remind me, how long did that nomadic the druid, the Children of Fire, say would take to scale the mountain? Because if I remember right, they said some few weeks.
Couple weeks to make the trip, and they do so in early to mid spring, because that's the best conditions to get up the mountain.
We're going in potentially the worst. So, anticipate and accommodate for double the time, as stated. Oh, I'm gonna need a lot of stuff.
Freezing temperatures would be the biggest contender.
And that's what I'm going to prepare for.
Because
Thanks.
even in the daytime, as the winter progresses, freezing temperatures will happen more often during the day as the weeks progress of this early winter.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Does anyone want to go on another shopping trip with me?
Vanya's right in there with you.
Wonderful.
What about Kinwin and Kaz?
Getting.
Is there like a foresty, grassy area I could get to?
A grassy area?
Yeah.
As far as grass goes, a lot of grass is dead this time of year. Covered in
It's getting
snow.
into winter.
You're gonna find evergreen trees that still have their branches and leaves, but any other tree is not is currently in the winter form. Are you looking for something specific?
Poisonous plants.
Poisonous plants? Most plant life is dead around these parts. It's early winter in this hemisphere.
I mean, getting some poisonous plants shouldn't be too hard though. I mean, a lot of those things are pretty hardy.
Hardy, yes, but also not widely sold to the average person. And I think we've tried before to try and schmooze his way into shady business for the purposes of creating poisons, and it wasn't very successful last time.
So I figured I'd try to find greens myself.
Yeah.
Going out scavenging.
I would say you can. It would be an extremely high difficulty, and it would take the rest of your day.
Yeah, because you're basically looking through the dregs of what's left as winter begins to set in.
Winter pretty much has already set in. It snowed already.
Google says that some evergreens are poisonous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Maybe.
Like
I said, very high difficulty and would take the rest of your day.
Kaz is gonna go join Arya and Vanya.
It's a nature roll.
It would be a survival roll in this case.
By the way, we do have a large poisonous mushroom bag of holding.
I don't think Kinwin's ever asked about.
I can't remember.
Kinwin has literally never talked to anyone about what he's looking for, so that I'm sorry we have not been
very helpful.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's like you're talking to someone. It's like, hey, I need poison, and even everyone else in the party is gonna go.
The survival roll is 21.
Yeah, I was looking for a very high difficulty, and 21's not gonna cut it.
Probably looking for 25. Yeah.
To be fair, Kinwin did talk to Lagan about this, and he said he would get it taken care of.
Lagan has some experience dealing in shady business. Morally gray is kind of about as far as the end body went, though.
Morally gray is perfectly fine of a shade for me to walk.
Because is going shopping with Vanya and Arya. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, Kinvin, that foraging that you're doing does take up the rest of your day. So you come back around dinner time. Probably hungry and cold. Having to forage through the snow all day.
Yep.
All right.
Do we want to consider animals? It would be more work to bring along animals, but at the same time, it might actually assist with any sort of other holding necessity supplies that we might need. Let's say tents, additional covers, baggage, blankets, heating materials, a cart, maybe. But a cart would be kind of hard to drag through the snow, I think.
You're muted.
My inner Canadian has died a little on that statement.
At this point, if you're looking for anything like that, it will be on sleds, not wheels. Our goats and cart we left back where we came from before
At the
we
mine.
went to the Guns Village.
Mhm.
So, we
I miss
also need
Clip
to
and
see if
Clop.
we also, because of the time that we're spending here, we also need to find some way to send money back there so that they don't get rid of our goats and cart from there.
I'm not
we
going
have
to
large
bird
amount of
deliver any sort of money. I can't do that. I cannot maintain the polymorph that long. It's not going to happen.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just saying these are things that
That
would
Lagon would
have.
let you know of, yeah.
Yeah.
If I can get there and
Most
back
importantly,
4 hours, I can go
For-
where as a bird.
For what you need, what you're wanting, a shovel. Outside of any mountain climbing gear that we don't have already, tents are good. The shovel would be better, because especially going that high up, if the snow is deep enough, you'll put the tent up, but you're going to dig down beneath it so that you're actually in the snow and using it as
We did buy
insulation.
tents when we landed in Ionia.
Right.
So,
And those are in the bag of holding.
Yes.
You have a bag of holding for
Potentially-
that purpose.
Food
You can
would
reach.
be more.
Oh, God.
what's up, Derek?
Oh, I was just gonna say you can reach into that bag of holding and pull out just about everything except your virginity and dignity.
As far as supplies, shovel, because I don't know if we have a shovel. I don't see one on my list. I don't see one in the bag. And
Best melee weapon.
food supplies would be more important, as well
Yep.
as potentially the mountain goats
Yep,
that
'cause
are best suited for this region.
yes, because your food supplies for travel are very low as of right now.
Okay.
I'm not keeping an actual number of like all of these things. We just all decided that once you got to a specific point, you're gonna run out of food. So
Snow climbing gear, warmth, shelter, and mountain climbing gear.
We all have mountain climbing gear already. When we got to
Wrong! I don't have mountain climbing gear. I can just sometimes fly.
And Arya, not Arya, but Alira and Kaz.
Right. They do not. We need mountain climbing gear for those two, but when we got to Ionia, we supposedly got you some gear too for mountain climbing, as well as the
And-
warm clothing.
as far as I understood, it was all in the bag of holding for everyone. So
Yeah.
But we don't have it for Kaz or Alira.
Definitely put down the warm clothing, but I didn't put down any climbing gear on my inventory.
no, that's because it's in the
I
bag
think-
of holding. It's not on your inventory.
Yeah.
The crampons and rope, we need to get some more rope too, because we've left a couple
You've left a couple ropes.
behind us.
Yeah, behind. So more ropes. Specifically out of climbing needs. You have plenty of
Compile in the
pitons, you
shopping
have
list.
plenty of other assorted gear that goes with that. The ropes, obviously, replenish those. But that's really all you would need as far as climbing gear. Now, travel in snow is the big thing, because travel in snow kind of going to do it a little arbitrarily, where if you're walking on foot, it will take 4 times as long in the winter as it will in the summer. If you're using if you're going on a sled that can be pulled by an animal, it'll only take 2 times as long. Because that'll be a specifically trained animal and vehicle for that.
Arya looks at Zephyr.
Wait, could I theoretically just use the cantrip controlled flames to just basically melt all the snow in front of us?
That could cause an avalanche, to be honest.
There's that. And for 2, would still be having you working at a very slow speed.
Freedom of movement.
Freedom of movement would help.
That sounds good.
No.
So if you have freedom of movement, that will keep that from being an issue for as long as the spell lasts.
As with any kind, I'm guessing any kind of flying or...
Flying would also still be at only the 2 times rate. So.
Okay.
Because you're still having to deal with snowfall, you're still having to deal with shelter, you're still having to deal with the elements, being cold. It's still whether you do so flying, whether you do so on a vehicle that's built for that kind of travel, it's going to be at 2 times summer speed. Summer speed is obviously the most opportune time to make any kind of travel arrangements, but you're wanting to do this rather quickly. So
might as well. That's where the story's at.
Yeah.
We should get a sled and find a pack of wolves.
Yeah,
Arya
like
protectively holds Zephyr.
a sled dog caravan sort of thing, like you're thinking about, would be at the 2 times rate. Yeah.
It's okay, puppy. You can keep being lazy.
Because it's if you're traveling over snow, it is going to be easier for you to travel individually with a sled than it will be as a group, because obviously powdered snow is going to sink. So
yeah,
you're going to want to travel over that as light as possible.
I propose... Fuck, dude. Sled dogging it sounds cool as hell. Sled goating it sounds also cool as hell.
Well, I think wolves would be better, and hypothetically, I can use speak with animals to attempt to convince the wolf pack to help us.
Wolves are unruly.
I'm already factoring all of that in. I'm already factoring all of your
Yeah.
skills and abilities as far as, how I'm calculating this. This is arbitrary. This is not rules as written. This is a coffee cat's making it up kind of thing.
Step of the Wind is going to be really, really useful.
Why are you guys denying him the opportunity to quite literally transform and be the goat?
He can. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying that as a group, that is probably the least viable, because there are going to be the slow ones. The slow ones set the whole speed.
Derek is talking about just having Kenwood wild shape into like a goat.
I mean, he can. I'm not saying he can't. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying he's going to be able to traverse much easier than the slowest member of your party. Your slowest member of your party determines the speed.
Yeah. And the slowest member is...
In that case, would be...
None of us if we're on a sled.
Well, that's the thing. If we're going over a group, if we're all on one sled, there's the issue of powdered snow. So we want to travel individual,
individual
sense,
sleds. Yeah.
As like a caravan, but individual sleds for each of us, or
like something like the Iditarod sort of deal.
I was thinking just one big ass sled.
Yeah,
that would be good on snow-filled roads. You're looking at the wild, possibly.
Yeah,
there's no roads up to the volcano.
Which means we'll sink into the powder and we'll get stuck, and that's nothing anyone wants. Someone will get buried and die.
Yeah, avalanche territory.
I am perfectly happy with the idea that we take a snow dog sleds and Kinwin can drive a wolf pack. If that's what he wants to do. And then ride on one of our sleds with us when he's not a wolf.
I'm not denying him this.
Wolves are probably faster than the other guys, so I'll just take the dogs.
Could be the wolf in front of the dogs.
You were going to say something, Mojo?
I was going to say instead of freedom of movement, water walk works better.
Does water walk allow
It
you
does.
freedom of movement on snow?
Yes, and it
I know it works
allows
on
us.
ice.
Technically water.
Yeah.
It works on. Give me just a second. Water,
Any
acid,
liquid,
mud,
any-
snow, quicksand, and lava. You still take heat damage from lava, but you maintain your speed.
It's walking on a liquid. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, lava, while a liquid, wouldn't let you sink into it.
Lava
No,
is
you would take damage from the heat, but you can still move across it as if it were solid ground.
So as far as lava is concerned, you'll sink a little bit because it is still a liquid. It's just very, very viscous.
it's a very viscous liquid.
I wouldn't want to try walking through lava. Just as a point of order, I don't think I'd recommend trying that.
No,
I've
no.
seen meat hitting the magma. Magma, it doesn't sink into magma. It just kind
That
of
doesn't
lays
sound
there and
right.
it gets rolled over.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
that is-
sound
that-
survivable even with a spell. Running
Yeah.
across
Lava damage, magma damage is intense. I am not playing chicken with lava. Let's just be real. You go anywhere close to a volcano and you touch lava, you will be taking serious injuries. I don't play chicken with lava.
The only person who's gonna even remotely be okay with dealing with lava as a liquid is probably me.
And you will still take damage for each individual step.
You still take you can still move across it as if it were harmless ground. Unfortunately, if it's lava, you're still taking the heat damage. So
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about with water walk. I'm talking about the fact that
Step of the
as
wind.
a, like monk and step of the wind. Well, step of the wind would completely negate that because of my step of the wind giving me a flying speed.
Yeah, you could fly over
Okay.
lava.
Yeah.
But that's individual to you. But that being said,
I didn't say any of this. I'm in the middle of rituals, so y'all do whatever y'all want.
that being
Yeah,
said, with that being the general
getting some
consensus, is that
Sleds.
sleds for individuals. So I'm going to say that to purchase a sled for each of you is going to be 25 gold each, and they will be made out of wood. The animal purchase, however, since it is going to be a purchase, you can't just rent them because of because of the harsh climate. Buying the animals. Oh, how do I want to do this? Because that's individual dogs. And that's kind of a lot of money, I think.
Sled dogs are 50 gold each.
A piece. And you're gonna want...
They can pull up to 360 pounds.
Okay, so individual dog can pull 300 pounds? Okay. So if you want to do a single dog sled, then yeah, do the... You said how much for...
50.
50 per dog?
So it'd be 75 per sled.
Try to use a nature roll to convince him that they're not up to snuff and that we should get a discount on the dogs.
Then he wouldn't even sell them to you because you're explaining how you're going to go up the mountain.
Okay, yeah.
You're good at that.
They
Yeah,
wouldn't,
yeah. Well,
if they're not up to snuff, they ain't gonna make it.
it.
they ain't up to snuff, they ain't gonna make it up the mountain.
Yeah, it's like, then why would I sell you? Why would I sell them to you if you're just going to drive them to death? Like,
Well, they're not
So
that
that-
bad, but like 5 GP less.
That's 400
Kinwin?
gold for 6 sleds and animals.
Kinwin, make a persuasion check. This is a haggle.
volume discount.
15.
He's turning into the Vexalia of the group, I'm telling you all right now. He's the haggle queen. Okay, so he will knock off 5 gold of the total price for buying the sleds and the dogs all together.
It's a volume discount.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's 420 gold.
Yep. 420.
Nice.
Let's go.
42 platinum, and I mean,
Yep.
we got enough of that.
Let's go. All right. You have dogs, you have sleds, you have Zephyr who could pile up on Vanya's sled with her. It says he's not trained to pull sleds though. He's an attack dog.
Yeah.
He's strong, but he's not strong in the right way. These dogs are specifically trained for travel on snow. And so, with it being winter, and they're, vibrant and very healthy young dogs. They're adult dogs, but not old.
Add 50 gold for if you're going to do this for Lagan, because all of you know one dog is not going to be able to pull Lagan alone.
Nope. That's right. Lagan's gonna need 2.
We have to get another one. Okay.
Yep.
And we'll need to get food for them too.
Yep. So, food supplies.
Yep, food supplies next.
How much food supplies are you looking to buy? Enough for a week? Enough for 2 weeks? Enough for a month? Enough for 2 months?
Well, I mean, we have ourselves covered as far as...
No, you don't. Because the bag of holding, the food stores that you have for travel is empty.
Yep.
Oh.
You are being fed by the tumbled wench right now.
Yep.
Right, yeah, we should probably pick up, like quite a bit of food. I thought we had some stuff left in the bag of holding. Yeah, no, we need to...
No. We've got enough for maybe 2 or 3 days as is, but we have nothing to feed any of the animals. And beyond that 2 or 3 days, and it's going to take probably a month, given the time that it normally takes them to get up there. It's going to take us a month in this weather, at the minimum. So we've also got to send some money back to take care of our animals and cart that we left behind us.
Here, at the tumbled wench, yeah. No. That was back at Bloodstone?
Blood Ridge.
Yeah, Bloodstone Ridge. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is several hundred miles away.
Yeah.
So we can drop in and be like, hey, here's some more gold to keep.
It's also several hundred miles away in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's where they came from to find you guys.
Crap. And that pass might actually be impassable by this point.
Well, they're not going to be going the way we came. They'll be going on ground, even though they're still on snow. It's going to take a couple weeks.
A couple of weeks on a courier service. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lagan, you have message. You have
I have
sending
sending. I have sending.
You can let them know we are sending money ahead,
Yes.
and then we can send the money.
But you're going to have to let me know that that's what you're doing so I can
Yeah.
send the message.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
I'm in the middle of a ritual.
Well, after the ritual, we, obviously let you know and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Yeah. Just account for
It
that.
just happened to be a thought that occurred to me, like, wait, we can just do that.
Yeah. Go ahead and mark it off and account for it, because we've already discussed it now.
And I can.
Was it the sending money back for the carriage and animals? Does anyone remember?
I don't remember what the price of that was.
We had a
That's been a
month.
while. That's been several sessions ago last year.
Right. We had it for a month. It's going to take a couple weeks at the best. I believe for the month we left them 100 gold to take care of the animals and the cart.
Okay.
So
I
if you
say
want-
we maybe pay just in case, like 3 months.
Okay.
Service.
So 300 gold plus the courier. The courier is going to charge you. The courier is going to charge you 20 gold to get it to Bloodstone Ridge.
Okay, that has been removed from party funds.
And I will contact the keeper of the stables to let him know that we have a courier coming from Garnet Keep with money to maintain our animals in cart until we are able to return.
Yep. And this courier has good reviews. Everybody loves him. So.
Sweet, we don't have to worry about it. Okay.
He makes a habit of traveling back and forth between the two cities.
Okay.
So if it's going to take us a month to get up there, we probably need like 2 months worth of
minimum.
Minimum 2 months worth of food.
Yeah. So play it safe, go 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be 2.5 months at 6.
Yeah.
6 player characters at the regular ration price. And then food for animals, I believe, has a separate price, and that's
lower.
30 days times 7 dogs.
Yeah.
For a month's worth. And then however many months you're going to do. Animal feed per day is 5 copper. And is 10 pounds. So just keep an eye on the weight in your bag of colding, because I think the bag of colding carries 300, doesn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Because I think I made it the capacity of a handy haversack, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it has the handy sack's capacity. And then you have an actual bag of holding for other things.
Yes.
Which is 600, I believe.
Yes. And at this point, I believe we're roughly right at about 100 pounds. In that.
Yeah, something like that. Some of those we could probably get rid of, but oh yeah, we were at 92.
Rough guess, right about 100 pounds, and we've got 600-pound capacity. So. All right. 10 pounds.
So what are y'all calculating right now?
I'm doing the gold for the rations. He's doing I guess, the
I'm figuring the weight for bag of holding and bag of colding, because I'm assuming
Yep.
rations for us and whatever isn't going to fit for the animals will have to go to the bag of holding.
Yeah. So for 30 days for 7 dogs, it's going to cost 1,050 copper. So I think that's
5. That's 2,500 copper. I've already got the rations done for us.
Okay.
Wise.
So,
So we're going to make it kind of a... Ultimately, this is to calculate a round number, and they'll have enough food for everyone to last X amount of time, and then we'll not have to worry about it until that in-character time where it comes up again.
Okay.
That's basically the idea, yeah.
Yeah, because
Gold
I don't want to
for-
track it. If you guys want to have fun tracking it, I don't.
Gold for the
Let's
rat for
fill
the
our-
animal feed has been taken out.
that's going to fill our weight for the bag of colding and put us at a little over 200, I believe, in the bag of holding
Okay.
for weight. Because I believe it's going to be like 212.
And that's counting what you already have in the bag, right?
Yeah, that's including the 92 pounds that's already in there.
Okay. Okay.
So yes, she's calculating the money, and I'm trying to calculate so that
Yeah, I already got the money done.
All right. All right.
Cool.
Raven's got all the money
All
spent. How much did it come out to?
Let's see here. About
And you were buying 2 months worth?
20? Yeah.
Okay.
With the sled and the sled dogs, right there, the other 50 to that, it came out to 919 gold.
Phew. Whew. Bet you. Hope you love
Thank
these
God
dogs.
we had so much platinum.
yeah,
The
What-
last
what
hoard
this
you
simply-
found. Yeah.
We took all this. We took most of this out of the platinum, save for the courier fee and like any leftover gold I could put in platinum. We still have 255 platinum.
And this is me going easy on you guys for spending.
Yes.
hey, at least we're not in combat where everything's double the price.
Yeah,
Right.
but Colby was expensive. Like, this is at least list price.
All right.
Like, most everybody in this town lives pretty comfortably. And everything is pretty reasonably priced, so.
Okay, so I have 5 vials of holy water now.
Okay.
I have 6 tentacles from the red man of war.
He's gonna
Um,
make holy hand grenades, guys.
I already did. So,
And they're the red.
Kenwin,
They're
you're
stronger.
since Kenwin was wanting something poison, you were going to get 2 large poisonous mushrooms. One from Lagan personally, and the one out of the bag of holding.
Oh, that's what we had 2 from the
Right.
in the bag of holding. You can just have them both.
Oh, no. Yep. You can have both of the... That's going to be 3, because I had one as well.
Okay.
I have one in my bag.
And this is from back in the cave, like when you first saw the
The myconid thing.
myconid
Yeah.
things and the crystal spikes that were, well, the
Yes.
one crystal spike that was actually kind of crumbling.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so now you have
So-
some poison mushrooms, which you can make you can make something out of. If you wanted to do oil to make it sticky, you could, or some kind of ichor to make it sticky, you can. If you wanted to put it in water, you can make it a poisonous drink. It is up to you. But you have poisonous mushrooms now, Kinwin.
You have 3 large poisonous mushrooms. Whatever you do with them, don't put them in my mouth or I will hurt you.
I will say that those poisonous mushrooms, since they were from the myconid den, see. Let me see what the myconid mushrooms would do. I don't remember exactly.
Hey, I'm not trying to put those in holy water.
Please don't.
Nope. Nope, I want a stat block. I don't want...
That's how we get zucked, boy. I don't want to deal with that. No, thank you.
Where is...
So yeah, in my downtime, I just like to use my herbalism kit to turn those mushrooms into poison that would be like on blades, so that you can stab people with them.
Okay. The poison would be for a one-time. You spread the poison over the weapon. It lasts for 1 hour. It affects one attack that lands, and it'll be a con save or be stunned for that poison.
Well, it's basically paralysis.
Interesting. I was hoping for paralysis poison, but stun is like the next best thing.
Stunned is pretty much a paralysis.
It's actually better
Yeah.
than paralysis. It's actually better than paralysis.
Yes.
I'm basing that off of pacifying spores from the myconid, so.
Yeah, no, stunned is better than paralysis as far as the condition goes. So, more stun! Yay!
Yes. You apply the poison. It lasts for 1 hour. As far as its effectiveness, it affects one hit that lands with that weapon. And it is a con save DC 12.
Cool.
Actually, make me an herbalism check, Kinwin. And if you get a successful, or a 15 or higher, I'm going to raise the DC. And use your wisdom for this roll. So wisdom plus your herbalism kit proficiency.
Oh. What is herbalism kit proficiency add? 1?
It adds your proficiency bonus, which I believe at level...
Oh, so that would be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Then it's a DC 14. Instead of a DC 12 or 11 that I was going to use. So it's DC 14 Constitution check. Or be stunned. Now, the drawback to that is that it will only affect that hit that lands, and it's a save or suck. There is no take half for this. So if they pass the con save, they don't get stunned. But you are able to create 3 of those.
Would I theoretically be able to stretch them out by using a very tiny
No, because that's gonna take those whole mushrooms just to create a potent enough dose. If you were to do it any weaker, it would be something less effective than stunned.
I do not want to do that.
Yeah, so if you want stunned, it's taking the whole mushroom to do it. So you have 3 mushrooms, so you can make 3 applications. In combat, I will say that can be considered a bonus action to apply in combat. Outside of combat,
Okay.
Wait,
Before
if
we
I
leave,
apply it outside of combat, would it keep its potency until I use it?
for an hour.
for an hour,
Ah, damn.
that's what he said, for
I
an
wanted
hour.
to keep it in here.
Yeah, it's going to lose its potency after an hour. So you apply the poison, go to the place that you're expecting to get trouble with something, try and hit something with your dagger, and then it'll apply the poison there. Now, if you want to put another application in the midst of combat, it'll be a bonus action to do.
Okay.
Because I'm going to consider it an interaction with an object.
Before we leave, do y'all want to look for any potions?
Other potions might be helpful.
I feel like that would be a wise idea.
Is there such a thing as a potion which replenishes your spell slots?
No.
That's a magic
Only
item.
a long rest. Only a long rest. Or a magic item that is of a legendary status, I think.
Yeah.
Darn. Oh well. But if you're concerned about your spell slots, concentration spells are a good way to help conserve some of those. Like your lightning. Lightning is definitely a great way to do that. Any other purchases, questions? You said potions. Potions of a normal variety, which is the 2d4 plus 2, will be more or less readily available in kind of a moderate quantity. So,
Moderate.
yeah, something like each one is you're probably going to, in the immediacy, find 6 available.
6 potions of healing.
Yes, of regular healing.
2d4 plus 2.
Yeah, those are the 2d4 plus 2 ones. So you can, I believe it's 15 gold each.
Mm-hmm.
So you can buy those. High or low?
High.
Is that the consensus? Okay. No, you are not going to find any stronger potions of healing.
Didn't think so. 6. 50. That'll be 300 gold.
Yep, 300 for 6. And that is selling the whole city out, by the way.
That's fine. I don't care about the city at this point.
Subtracted from our funds.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good.
the rest of the city does not have potions. Congratulations.
We need them.
Are.
For the stupid shit we're about to do, we need them.
Yes, we do.
Oh yes, some stupid shit. Like going out into freezing weather.
Uh-huh.
I now have the one spell that I thought I had last time. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that all that you want to search for when it comes to potions?
There are others, but given the time it's going to take to get up there, I don't really see that we... Is there anything
that there were
anybody else?
a couple that you had in the bag of holding of various quantities.
Mm-hmm.
We have a potion of Cloud Giant Strength, and
Ooh.
whatever other potion we had, either someone else was carrying or it's already been consumed.
Okay. Then the Cloud Giant Strength one is one you do have.
Yes. Let me look.
Cloud giants are of a sort of mythical sort of status. You never see them ever.
I've kind of been holding on to that one just because. Oh,
Just in case,
don't really.
break glass in case.
Yeah.
Yes,
Break glass.
yes, exactly. Okay, so
I didn't break glass, you did.
I don't want to break the glass, but if I do, then there's going to be a very bloody, muddy mess. Does anybody else have anything else they want to look for?
Mm-mm.
I cannot think of anything.
Me
Any
neither.
other?
Okay.
I guess then we're going to be starting our way up the mountain.
Starting your way up the mountain.
Yep.
Yeehaw.
And to kind of mitigate the whole travel thing is we can pick up next time, having arrived a month later. And I'm going to call right now for a constitution save from everyone. And this will
During
determine.
those months, I could probably use my nature skill to try to hunt. But what little animals are around to try to supplement the food to see if that would help any.
I believe foraging is a survival check.
Yeah, we'll come to that at another time.
Yeah.
5.
But you said Constitution check.
Save. This is to save
I'll
against
save.
the elements.
Nat 20.
Whew.
I'm good.
21.
17 plus 5, 22.
Hell yeah.
I'm very hardy.
I'm in the Nat 20 club with Raven! Let's go!
Woo! Let's go. Let's get some mojo dice in the chat. Alira?
First, best scene.
No. No, we're not there yet. We haven't concluded the session. Constitution save.
I thought that's what you ended up asking. Like,
No. I was asking for.
later.
Everybody's talking at once. Stop
Constitution
it. Okay. Constitution
Oh.
save.
Oops. 18.
18. Okay.
It wasn't. I accidentally pressed the button rather than roll the actual dice, but I'll take a good roll.
Okay.
Yep, fair enough.
I'm not going to cause you a serious injury, Kenwin. You are going to start and remain exhausted for at least 1 week.
Oof.
So when we start next session,
I'm like check on the player guide in like D&D Beyond, right? So I know I'm exhausted.
I have no idea.
Condition.
I don't
So-
know how to use D&D Beyond, so
So when you go up, where is the condition? I want to say it's at the
Exhaustion, I got it, found it. What level?
1 level of exhaustion. And that will remain for about a week. Because you did not survive the elements very well. You are alive, but you are to a point where you're like, man, I want out of the snow. Because you're fatigued, you're hurting, you might have a little bit of frostbite, but that's curable. So you're
Fought against that desert for so long, but I really kind of wish I was right there right now.
Yeah.
You are hating the cold. So
I mean, if it gets to be too much of a problem, Lagan does have the cure with the Greater Restoration.
right.
But
That's why I'm
that's a
that's why I'm
greater
saying that this is
That's a Greater Restore.
This is not going to be something that is curable in this particular exhaustion. This is just overall fatigue. This is being in the elements as long as he has been. This is not something that can be insta-cured. So, because you guys are at the level that you are, any ailment that I put against you as far as anything goes is instantly curable. So, rules, D&D rules don't have anything for this, so I'm making it up. But yeah.
Well, I mean, they do in cold weather traversal. It's just a matter of
I don't know I'm winging it. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'll show you where they are in. I believe they're in the player's handbook. I can.
Yeah.
Because it's basically like you start a check at a con save at DC 10. And then you make another check every hour, and the difficulty goes up.
Yeah, that's why I was only going to do it as a one-time check, because I'm not gonna do that to you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to do the quick travel. We're not. I don't want to keep track of how many levels of exhaustion you guys are at before you die. I'm not going to kill you with weather. That's dumb.
Oh, part of the whole 1 month thing was that we're going to have to take
Sorry,
you both were talking at once.
Sorry. Part of the reason it's going to take us a month is that it's twice as treacherous, but we still have to take those stops for a day or two to acclimatize and get adjusted to the thinner air, since we're going above 20,000 feet just to get to the peak.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to do.
And really, you're not getting to the peak. You're getting to one of the vents.
Okay.
You're getting to one of the vents that leads into the volcano.
Okay, but we're still going above 20,000 feet, so we're going to have to take. Ow.
Yeah, because that's the lowest rating vent on this volcano.
Right. Okay.
So, and Kinwin, you were saying something too?
I forgot.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, that's where we'll start next time. So, thank you guys so much for playing.
Thank you.
Yay! Love you guys.
Thank you for jamming.
Thank you.
Yeah. I skip all the crunch because I hate crunch. I make it as simple as possible. So that's why I do experience the way I do. That's why I do fast travel the way I do. It's fine. If you're gonna do overland travel, make it easy, make it simple. Because I don't want to assail you on the road, because you can already beat everything that I can throw at you on the road. So it's not like it's a challenge to travel. Except for weather. Weather's kind of kicking Kinwin's butt. The rest of you made it out.
Here.
The rest of you are fine. Kinwin's the one having a hard time. Poor guy. Always seems to be the one having a hard time. But yes, thank you guys so much for playing and for showing up. I had all of my players today. I'm so happy. Oh, so happy. Yay. Now we get on to the conclusion of the session, which is the handing out of XP. So, you get your 5 for showing up.
Hey.
Woo. You found some good clues and you got some good purchases in, so I'm gonna reward you for that for another 5.
Oh.
So, and you have more or less successfully made the trip up the mountain.
Okay.
So now we get to of course the audience favorite is going to be voted upon. That way our chat can get involved as to who their favorite was for today, but we also have some roleplay prompts to go through for some extra experience. So, who had the most impact on the plot today?
Lagon.
Lagon. This was a Lagon night.
Yep.
All right. The crew has spoken. Lagon it is. Favorite? Oh yeah.
I've already got it handled. I left myself off.
Oh,
This one.
well.
Oh,
Sorry, Wolf. I'm a step ahead.
Yes, because there are 6 players and only 5 slots on the poll. You have to nix a player when it comes to that. But I suppose Raven is humbly stepping aside for that. Much appreciated. The best
You have
scene.
multiple people on the same answer. And then
You could,
when
but
one wins, you split those 2 people up.
Yeah,
in
that's
their
multiple
poll.
polls, though.
Yeah.
That's
and each poll rolls of 5 minutes.
yeah. Unless we shorten the length, and I don't really want to spend that much time on an audience poll. But it is a thought. It may be something that we consider later on at some point. But since the Twitch polls are the ones that get the most responses when it comes to polls anyway, because I've used Streamlabs polls and nobody ends up voting in those, so I don't use it.
Yeah, because it requires a command rather than you being able to do it natively in the app.
Yeah.
People prefer the convenience in that sense.
I like convenience too, so that's why I do it the way I do. But
We have a scene, right?
yes, best scene from tonight.
I'm kind of torn here.
Torn.
Yeah, the 3 options that I have in my mind are Alira's little monologue, Lagan speaking with the keeper at the Temple of Melora,
Ooh, yeah. Keeper 11.
and Kaz and Daria in the
I felt that I was gonna say bullshitting in the mausoleum with Kaz.
It's just like, when did you get here? I've always been here.
Yes,
I
he
didn't see you
didn't
walk in.
actually disappear.
Liar.
He was just that stealthy.
Yeah. It's like, you lie. Am I really? But that's I'm kind of torn. So
What's everybody else think?
fellow players, help me decide.
Oh, you're muted,
I'm
Derek.
gonna go for Alira.
Ooh.
I'm going with Lagan.
For best scene?
Specifically for the scene where it was that Narya trying to go in, discussing like how do we open the door, usual day.
Oh, Vanya and Lagan. Yep.
Oh yeah, Vanya and Lagan.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, so one vote.
Yeah.
So one vote Lagan, one vote Alira, one vote Kaz.
What does Woden think?
What do you think it on scenes, Wood?
I'm
Best
gonna
scene
go
for
for Gans.
Lagan,
2
kicking the
votes.
door down.
2 votes Lagan.
Mhm.
Lagon takes it again.
Yep, that's the Lagan.
Lagan it is. Kicking the door down on the Gravekeeper's house. Best line.
For line, I
Okay.
will say Alira's monologue.
I'll agree with that.
So will I.
Alright, Alira for line. Take your 1 XP for the roleplay prompt, my friend.
Yeehaw.
Yay, Alira. Well, right now, we've got 77% of the audience voting on Kinwin for tonight's poll as their
Ooh.
favorite for today.
That was one vote last I looked.
Yep, it's up to 10, 77% so far. Still got a couple minutes left on that, so But yeah, how are y'all enjoying the session and the game so far?
Love it.
I love it.
Especially for
enjoying
my
it.
new players. My new players enjoying things so far.
Since we got into Ionia, I've been interested in going up the mountain. Like, essentially, like, since we entered this town, I'm like, oh, thank God. Finally. I'm excited about it.
Hell yeah, I'm excited for you guys to get in the mountain. Because I've
Oh,
got
yeah.
Kinwin,
Temple.
Yep, audience favorite is Kinwin.
There you go.
Look,
Take it
I'm-
away,
Coffee.
Captain.
I'm
Coffee.
excited for you guys
Coffee.
to get into the mountain.
Coffee.
Yes, my
But we were
friend.
already in the
I'm a-
mountain.
I'm a monk.
No, we're under
It's-
Paragat's rot.
Yeah, yeah.
We were literally in the mountain.
Yeah, but now we're going into the
Right.
mountain
On the mountain.
featuring. But now we're going to be going into the mountain featuring lava.
Featuring lava.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I
We'll be
said,
alright.
I'm not
I'm
going to
a-
pull
I'm a
punches
monk.
when it comes to lava, guys.
I'm a monk.
Lava hurt.
Me going to lava is just a natural progression of things.
Question: would control flames control lava?
No.
No.
Because it is liquid rock, it is not fire.
Yep. It deals fire damage, but
That's because it's very hot rock. Think.
I believe there are
Think about-
spells out there that can control lava though.
I don't. Well, in the player's handbook, I don't think so. In extra supplements, maybe. Which I did get some extra supplements that I need to look through to see if there's anything appropriate that I want to add. So. Like gravity spells for those who want want anything to do with Cypher. He is a patron of the arts,
Considering-
after all.
Considering we randomly just called upon him last session for Arya to meet Selter.
Because technically you have a pact.
Technically, yes.
It's just so weird. You can just, like, phone him up, like...
Technically, he is honoring a pact he made with Rune
Mm.
as a result of things. But that is for Professor Cypher to divulge information on, not not the rest of us.
I am curious, Coffee.
Yes.
How much damage would you take for like regarding lava damage quickly? Because I know because the I don't think it's BHB, I believe it's the DMG that stuff on lava damage.
I don't
I'm
use
just curious as to
DMG
what you-
because that seems too low.
I mean, I would also note that's also per round.
Yeah.
So that happens
And given
on your
that-
turn every turn.
Given that a round is 6 seconds, and characters can do a lot in 6 seconds, a 6d10 fire damage just seems a little low for what it is.
I mean, that's just if you have a limb. If you're like properly walking through lava, it's like 10d10 around. And
Bro,
if you're fully
6d10
submerged,
is
it's
like-
18.
Go ahead.
And if you're fully submerged, it's 18d10 around.
Yeah,
But
that's-
60-10, as Specs was about to say, 60-10 is comparable. Like,
That's like 2/3 of my health. That's almost a one shot for me.
60-10 would be a more or less a one shot for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like to down or death?
Down.
To down.
Down.
I mean, if you go down in lava, you probably
You-
Yo,
die.
Basically,
you are
in real
dead.
life, you fall in lava, you're dead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you die.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Just
the
think of it like
numbers,
Steve.
The
The
in
numbers,
Minecraft.
the numbers are kind
The
of
they seem small, but it's also the point of it's every round, and I think none of us have fire resist.
correct. Correct. No one has
Yeah.
fire resistance.
So there's no like later on I can somewhat mitigate it once I get my aura, my resistance aura. But that ain't gonna happen before we get into that mountain with that light.
No, yeah, because like, yeah, I think, yeah, because I'm looking at it right now on Google right now for the lists, and it's
Yeah.
3d10 if you touch it with your hand or foot. It's 6d10
Yeah.
if you submerge your hand or your arm. Wading through it is waist up.
It's
Up to the waist
10d10.
is 10d10 per round, and fully submerged is 18. Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I was
and
thinking that it was going to be the 3d10 ish flat per round,
No.
regardless of how submerged. And so I was like,
Yeah, no, the further, yeah, if it was just that like flat,
so yeah,
maybe if we're like expending resources to like if we're running or walking atop it, maybe it's 3d10 around. But
Yes,
even then,
because
you gotta spend resources.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta spend resources to do that. Or in the case of me being a monk, I can just do that.
well, that's activating Step of the Wind. Step of the Wind.
I don't have to activate Step of the Wind to run along liquids and stuff. The Step of the
Don't
Wind
you?
gives me a dash. Nope, that's just the thing of the fast move at level 9.
Oh,
If the flying speed is activating Step of the Wind, and the Step of the Wind normally is a dash, I get a dash as a bonus for a key.
okay. Because like
So I can like
running
basically
across lava. Just so that we're clear about that, running across lava will hurt you.
yeah. I would expect
Regardless.
it to be like I'm expecting it to hurt me. I'm being like I would expect given that I can run along the top of the surface. I can't
It
end my
would be the
movement
3d10.
there.
It would be the 3d10.
Yeah, I can't end my movement there because I will sink
Mm.
Unless I put
without
water
something else
walk
keeping
here.
me alive. Yeah, unless I've got like water walk or something like of that ilk on me.
Yeah, water
If I
walk.
stop
you
my
would still
movement in
take the
lava,
3d10. Yeah.
But if I'm running there and I don't have that and I stop in the lava, I sink into the lava. That's what happens. There's nothing keeping me afloat.
Ow, ow,
I go downwards.
Ow, ow, ow.
Ow, 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 ow. Yep.
That's exactly what happens to cars in that
Yes.
situation.
And I will, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I am not gonna play chicken with lava.
It will probably be 3d10 the first round, 6d10 the second, 10d10 the third round, and 18d10 the fourth if
Depending
I'm still
how
alive.
quickly you sink, yes.
If I'm still alive.
Yeah.
So, no, I just wanted to be to be like
Since we are
kinda have
approaching,
that in
yeah,
my mind.
that, yeah. Since we are approaching,
So I figured that. Hi, kitty.
BB is giving kisses. Or the kisses, or the kitty kisses.
Baby.
Yes. So, next week, I'm going to have a new mat down because I'm expecting lava. So, I hope you are too. Hope you all in chat are too. So,
Floor is lava.
floor is lava. Yep. So,
Quite literally.
Literally.
let's find somebody to raid, and then we will see you guys next time on Wednesday for more of Blood and Iron, and next Saturday for more Rebirth. So, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.